Hello. Testing.
Paimon coming in! Paimon coming in! Is this level okay? Can you hear Paimon?
Yeah, I guess that's okay. Alright, so I guess since we're doing Spiral Abyss first, we're setting up our usual team, I guess. And I would probably have to set up Nilu again. Where is my Nilu? Oh, and now we have Yaya at max level, so I guess that's nice.
Time to broaden the horizons again.
I believe everyone else is as usual. I wouldn't need to change anything.
Benny's adventure team, assemble! Oh. Oh. Or not.
Oh yeah, wait, I forgot. I need to change my equipment on Nilu. That is Nilu. One? Is it this one? Yeah, I think it's this one. Wait, this one, alright. There's something missing here. Oh, probably the... Yeah, that should be it, right? This is also the first time I'm using this weapon on Yao Yao, so I want to see how effective it is. Even when I'm not running Favonius. Hopefully I can get her. The most important part is her energy, right? Honestly, I think I can run full EM on Yao Yao. But we'll have to farm for artifact pieces for elemental mastery in the Dendro. I guess it was a mistake for me to get rid of a few Dendro related I mean Deepwood related artifacts concerning elemental mastery. But I do have one here. But I think it's gonna be fine. Let's just check if Raiden and the team is well equipped before we start doing anything. And Bennett and Sincho. Right. So my Sincho is a bit lackluster, I would say. Still farming for proper artifact set. Yes. Um, I guess I could change to this. I don't know. If I did though, I would need proper attack sense for this one, I think. But yeah, I've been farming a lot on this particular domain, but I haven't gotten anything good lately. But at least before the update. Oh yeah, I forgot. I need to pop out the YouTube chat. I couldn't see the YouTube chat because I forgot to. Hello, Ego. Sorry I missed your messages. You was watching my last stream. I only recently added the um uh live streams on my channel. It was unlisted and I had to turn it to public. Chat chat place on Discord. Oh yeah, I haven't opened my Discord recently. Um, but have you? But the I think there should be. I think my Discord is fine though. If you have you clicked the react button to the rule section? So I mean there's a rule section and then you have to click on the reaction. And then once you've reacted to the message, you should be able to access the rest of the Discord. So like okay, let me show you. So on this page you should be able to see this button here. And if you click this button you should be able to have all the other channels. Sorry, my avatar is in the way. So yeah, just click this button and you should be able to access all the other channels. I hope the last stream wasn't that long. If you wanted to catch up on the story. I mean, if you were watching the live stream, I mean, you could fast forward it if you wanted to. I mean, there were certain parts you didn't have to stick around. I don't know. Maybe it was just me and child talking, rambling basically. So what are we dealing with here? I think I can go with any team, right? Just that I have to be a bit particular about um which team is in the first half and which team is in the second half. And I think the only thing here is what I can see is that for floor 9, I just need to bring Nilo on the second half, I think. But I don't know. This one, Bennett. Bennett, Yangling, and then Sincho. I mean, I can just use Yelan instead. But for energy purposes, I mean, yeah, we can go either way. Like, we can go either way. Sincho or Yelan, it doesn't matter. Yelan is typically stronger. I'm not a Yaya hater, by the way. I'm not a Yaya hater. It's just I just don't like her voice acting. That's all. I just don't think the voice fits her character. I'm not a hater.
Illusion shot! Everybody stand back!
Hey-ya!
Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your fate.
Ha! Ha!
Let's light it up!
Nice and spicy.
There is no escape!
Ha!
But yeah, the first few floors are so easy that I don't have to use. I didn't really have to use this powerhouse team, to be honest. It was quite
Shine
unnecessary.
down! I'm going in!
Eat this! Positions. Grow. Rest and rebuild. Oh. Go get him, Uruguay. Here. Allow me. Billowing surge.
Half of the cost in Nilu teams. Nilu teams just destroys everything just so easily. You don't even know what happened. It's too strong. Or you could say that her teams are too strong.
There is no escape!
Out of the frying pan into the
Rain cutter! Huh? Rain outlines your fate. Everybody stand!
Hey-ya!
Inazuma shines eternal! Shine down!
Nice and spicy.
Let me weave you a verse. Know my sword! There is no escape! Adventure time! I'm going in!
You're toast. Rest and rebuild. Don't be scared.
By the way, pro tip, if you're fighting against these guys,
This was unwise. I see everything.
you can break through their shields using Dendro quite effectively. So actually, it's like the Pokemon rule, right? Grass, fire, and water. What happened in the last 4 hours? I'm not sure. Did I forget to end the stream? Was that the case? Just wondering what happened. Oh, I guess looking back at it now, it just seems to be more of the storyline. So I mean, you could continue watching the last stream just to get to know what happened before we continue with the Archon quest, right? So I mean, if we basically, I was just finishing off the Archon quest for the first part. So I mean, after the Spiral Base here, we'll be continuing on where we left off. Okay. I mean, it's an option if you want to,
Illusion shattered.
because we'll be doing this for a while. I mean, it won't take long, but still, you would
Rain
have
outlines your
time,
fate.
because this is just me.
Shine down. Now you shall perish.
I don't know. Spiral Base feels a bit boring to me,
Ha!
because it's just
Illusion
it's not
shattered.
even
Everybody
challenging.
stand back.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire.
If you're at a certain power level, Spiral Base just becomes another chore you have to do every 2 weeks or so.
With all my strength.
But I do know that
Hold the line.
people will love watching it, because they just want to see how good some teams can be, and looking at how good teams could be gives you a sense of idea who you want to wish for, which characters you want to build for, and so on. But honestly speaking, I'm not actually using like what you would say is the most efficient team. Like if we were going for the most efficient team route, right? We could go for a much simpler team, right? For a much friendly, more free to play friendly teams. Yeah, why do you? Why is it? I don't know why. So like if you want to know a really good free to play option, Cookie Shinobi is one of the best free to play characters in the game. But still, you still need a setup, right? You still need a setup for that. So we'll try and go with a basic, a very basic Hyper Bloom team, right? So we'll go with Yao Yao, Cookie. Who else? Who else? So we don't need Sincha on the second team, right? Because we can have Nilu on the second team. So these are all 4 stars, right? And for the last slot, so we have 2 healers already. Maybe we could use sucrose here, but I'm not sure if I have sucrose equipped. I mean, if you want to carry the point across, we could just use Lynette, and we can show you how we can beat this chamber with using like all 4 stars and basically free characters. On the second half though, I will be using Nilu and Nahida. Kokomi is also a good idea because we need a healer. And since Yao Yao is on the first half, we'll have to use Kokomi. For the last half, we can just run this team. Don't have to run any other. But I'll just put Yelan here. Just to make things faster. Yeah, I get that a lot. Of course you I mean there's always a lot of other streamers who don't have a lot of viewers. And if it's a game that you're really interested in or invested in,
Let me weave you a verse. Be amazed! Surprise! Stay put! Out of my way! Witness the power of Gugwa! Our bond is strong! Rain outlines your fate. Ship on up! Cue the spotlight!
Hey, go away!
No, my sword! Let me weave you a verse. Dissipate! Surprise! Be amazed! Lightning terrified!
Ready, go!
Our bond is strong! Step on up!
not the fastest team. There's always better teams out there that can deal with these guys faster. But it's not hard. It's not a hard content.
Rest and rebuild! Billowing surge!
So basically,
Grow!
we're not even using Yelan here, but we can clear it just fine. Hopefully it's not a particularly hard homework you're doing. Also, while I'm doing this, I'm also eating some ice cream. You can get some snack if you want to.
Witness the power of Gugwa! Know my sword! Rain outlines your... Cue the spotlight! Out of my way!
Hey, go away!
Rain cutter! Dissipate! Over here! Be amazed!
Stay put!
So yeah, as you can see, the team doesn't struggle at all.
With all my strength!
Ow.
Failure! Committed to memory! Hold the line!
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Yeah, that one was almost instant. That was too fast.
Our bond is strong. Let me weave you a surprise!
Cue the spotlight!
Lightning terrified!
Go get him, Uruguay! Uruguay, you're up!
Dissipate!
Uh,
Body and mind.
you're
Witness
annoying.
the power of Gugwa. Know my sword.
Stay put!
Hopefully the Archon quest doesn't last for that long. But who knows?
Positions! I see everything!
Things are about to get dicey.
Torn, bring refuge!
Alright, so... Oh, that was floor 10. I thought it was floor 11. So now we're going to floor 11, which ups the ante a bit. We're gonna need to use proper teams to build this floor. I'll be using Rational and Nilu on either of these. And if I were being serious, right? We could use the team that we're gonna use for the last floor as well. So same team as last time. Nilu, Nahida. Let's use Lan first and then Kokomi. This is gonna be the same team for the last floor as well, yeah.
Shine down. Teamwork is dreamwork.
You're toast! Boba, get
Ring cutter. Huh? Know my sword. Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered. Everybody stand back.
out of the frying pan, into the fire! Hey-ya!
Witness the power of Gugwa. There is no escape.
No, I'm just doing the Spiral Beast first, and then we'll do the Fontaine quest afterwards.
Here,
I just wanna
everyone hold hands!
get this done.
Game's up. Fun's over.
Allow me! This may hurt a little. Billowing surge! Grow, grow, grow! With all my strength! Make yourselves at home!
Things are about to get dicey.
Rest and rebuild!
It shouldn't take that long though.
Shine down. I'm going in. Inazuma shines eternal. Ha. Illusion shattered.
Nice and spicy!
Ring cutter. Teamwork is dreamwork.
You're toast! Out of the frying pan!
Rain outlines your fate. There is no escape. Torn to oblivion. Everybody stand back.
Hey-ya!
Witness the power of Gugwa. Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish. Shine down. Let's light it up.
Nice and spicy.
The one thing I don't
Rain
like
outlines
about
your
this
fate.
game in
Know my
particular is
soul.
that it's kind of hard to deal damage without using your burst, and if you wanna conserve energy to the next floor,
Hey! Yeah!
Quietly now.
Allow me! Everyone hold hands!
Game's up. Fun's over.
Covenants of the Deep! Yeah. Uphill battle! Here! I see everything! Yeah! Yeah!
Gotcha. I'm going in.
You're toast! Boba, get them!
Rain cutter. Rain outlines your fate. Torn to oblivion. Teamwork is dreamwork. Huh? Why do they never miss?
Nice and spicy! Eat this!
Witness the power of Gugwa. Know my sword. Let's light it up.
that was quick. I expected to
Your journey ends.
take a little bit longer than I would have.
Sacrifices
Everyone hold hands! The Temple of Wisdom!
Here comes the catch.
Hold the line!
golden slow.
Dance with me.
A brash maneuver! Torrent, bring refuge!
So last chamber, Nilu in the first half instead. Yeah, we have to use Nilu in the first half. It's very surprising that Carl the deceased is. Yeah, I was thinking that the whole time, right? Because Carl was the only person who could have tampered with the props. But who would have guessed that Halsey was? Yeah, that was what I was feeling at. There's something wrong. There's something missing in this tunnel right here. That was my thought the whole time. There's something missing in this tunnel. But it was in fact that Halsey was hiding in the tunnel all the time. It was the entire time she was hiding in there. We found out at the part it asked us who the culprit is. Yeah. I was thinking, right, it couldn't be Halsey because all points leads to Carl. But the question was, how did Carl was locked inside the box? That's the only question left, right? And I was surprised, right? I was surprised where in the part that we actually couldn't solve the puzzle. The puzzle was unsolvable. Because there was one missing key information. And the quest was designed so that you couldn't get it. You couldn't get it right until you found out that Lini wasn't inside the box. He was in the tunnel. I mean, in the basement. So I mean, the quest overall had a really good experience. you were bewildered by, "Hey, why can't this work? Am I doing it wrong?" But no, it was actually scripted that way. Alright, so last floor. Nearly on the first half. And we'll try and bring Yao Yao just to... I don't know, I don't feel like I need to have Yelan. We'll try and bring Yao Yao, see how it works. Or we could skip Kokomi and use Yao Yao instead for the healer slot. See how that works. The problem with Nilu teams and Nahida is that usually you would need Nahida to be on the field to apply Dendro, or else the Hydro would just... There's just too much instance of Hydro that you need to balance it out, right? So you need to balance between Hydro and Dendro. You need to constantly apply both elements at the same time. And the problem with Nahida being the only Dendro in the team is that without her on the field, you can't proc any more blooms if she's not on the field. So having a second Dendro unit like Alhitem, Baiju, or anyone for that matter, makes the team a lot better, basically. I reply to your questions more than big time streamers. I mean, I guess there's also a charm for watching big time streamers as well, and there's also a charm. I mean, I usually watch videos instead of tuning along a stream. You could say that I'm mostly lurking in other people's streams or just watching videos instead of participating in the stream. But I do watch past live streams as well. So in past live streams, you don't even get to comment on anything. So let's see how this works. What time is it for you right now, by the way?
With all my strength. I see everything. You, Blade, you're...
Quietly now. Game's up. Fun's over.
Everyone hold hands. Sharing my knowledge. Get ready, go!
Busted.
Here.
Oh.
Here comes the catch.
This dance is for you. Go get him, Uruguay! Don't be scared. With all my strength. This may hurt a little. Make yourselves at home.
Game's up. Fun's over. Quietly now.
Hey. Earlier. Committed to mem.
Gotcha.
There's a lot of... Maybe I should have went for Kokomi, I don't know.
There is no... Everybody stand back!
Hey, yeah.
Let me weave you a verse. Rain outlines your fate. Inazuma shines eternal.
Oops.
Illusion shattered. Rain cutter. Yeah, no, my
Ow.
sword. Rain outlines your fate. I'm going in. Let's light it up.
You're toast!
There is no escape. Torn to oblivion. Shine down. Everybody stand back. Let's
Boba, get them! Eat this!
let me weave you a verse. Huh? Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish.
These enemies are so annoying, by the way.
I'm going in.
You're toast!
Rain cutter. Rain outlines your fate. Inazuma shines eternal.
Almost there. That was close. Yeah, that was close. I mean, this wave basically was so annoying because there's so many waves, so many enemies that you have to clear one by one. And without a grouper, like someone like Kazuha or something, it takes a bit to get them all together. Or if you were mostly single target damage, you have to clear them one by one. It takes a lot of time. I was close to not getting that 7 minutes. Has it been 1 hour? Really? Has the stream been 1 hour, by the way? No, we haven't been in 1 hour. Almost. Yeah, almost. It usually takes like about half an hour to complete the entire Spiral Abyss, by the way. Usually, I would say usually. Sometimes shorter, sometimes longer.
Everyone hold hands! Hey, go away! Stay put!
Ow.
Here comes the catch.
Ow.
Dance with the waves! Hey,
Quietly now.
I see everything! The Temple of Wisdom! With all my strength! Ready, go! Don't be scared!
Ow.
Game's up. Fun's over. Gotcha.
Yeah, the big problem with Nilo teams is that it's hard to heal.
Busted.
But otherwise, Nilo teams usually have a lot of damage. You don't have to.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's
Boba, get them!
witness the power of Gugwa. Huh? Rain outlines your.
Hey,
Now you shall perish.
So you might be wondering why I'm using my burst early.
Shine down. I'm going in.
This boss is annoying in its own way, you
Rain
know?
cutter.
You're toast!
Torn to oblivion.
That was one time I was able to one cycle this boss.
Illusion shattered. Teamwork is dreamwork. Huh?
Boba, get them!
Let me weave you a verse.
And it's done. Wait, no. Not yet. There's one more chamber. I thought that was the last one.
Well, Bro!
Here comes the catch. Quietly now.
Go get him, Uruguay!
Hello.
as the flowers in Gurabad.
This dance is for you. Positions. You play.
Busted. Things are about to get dicey.
Ha! Pain, pain. Go away. Committed to memory.
Quietly now. Take it easy.
What? Mirror images. With all my strength.
Here comes the catch.
You thought you saw Navia in a burst. She was supposed like Yamiko. I think that's just people swapping characters. So basically what they do is that they have the character model, right? But they're using Yamiko to stand in for the model. So basically you're saying Yamiko but in Navia's body. That usually happens in beta testing or like people modding the game or something. I don't know how they do it. But when Nilu was leaked, people body swapped Kokomi with Nilu, and there was like some commotion between. Wait, is Nilu gonna be Catalyst? But no, she was a sword user. The only reason why we saw Nilu using a Catalyst is because someone body swapped Nilu with Kokomi. I don't know what program they were using, but seems like that was the case.
There is no
Oh, this is gonna take a while.
No, my sword.
I just know it.
Rain outlines your fate.
Yeah, especially
Everybody stand back. Let's light it up.
especially if they're gonna
Shine
drain
down.
my
Now you shall perish.
energy like that. And the thing with this boss in particular and how annoying it is,
Huh? I'm going in.
Nice and
the auto targeting is so annoying. When you want to get in the middle of these two,
Let's light it up.
the auto targeting messes you up.
Torn to oblivion. Teamwork is dreamwork.
out of the frying pan into the...
Witness the power of good. There is no escape. Ha! Let's light it up. Ha! Everybody stand back. Rain outlines your fate. Now you shall perish. Ha!
Alright, that's done. And all of that with relaxing music in the background. Still 49 minutes. Yeah, 49 minutes chatting in between. Sparabus usually takes about half an hour or more. It sometimes takes like a few hours because you keep resetting. That's when the Sparabus gets really annoying. Is when it takes a few hours just from trying over and over again, see how it works or not. I wanted to sneeze, but it didn't come out. We'll try to condense some resin first, and then we'll start the Archon quest where we left off. Can't say I didn't know a healer, so I don't know. So am I gonna do what the tattoo says? Yes, I am. I am. I'm just adding a healer on the team right now.
Drat. You caught me.
Maybe something to deal with. Maybe I should use someone who can deal with hydro enemies.
Good eye.
I can use the rest to deal with everything else. So where did we left off with the Archon quest? Right, so we left off with the promise with Navia, right? So Navia wanted to treat us to a few treats in the hotel. Oh yeah, by the way, I recently found out that this hotel was the restaurant menu where you can get all the new recipes. And yeah, I can't wait to see what all these recipes are.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Oh, I can see mushroom soup, fish and chips, garlic bread, I guess baguette with garlic. There's lasagna. I think that's poisson soup. And I'm not sure what this is. It's probably some fish. I think it's fish. Lemon fish. Is that lemon?
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
Yeah, who expected us to win that case? I mean, another side of me was thinking that, are we just gonna fight our way out of this? That was what I was thinking, right? Throughout the whole trial, I was thinking, are we gonna fight our way? Are we gonna have to become criminals or something? It was going through my mind all the entire time. Are we really gonna win this case? Yeah.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
Yeah, why dissolve people? Why are they turning people into water?
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Interesting. Eat Paimon enough so she gets plump and juicy and cook her.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
Yeah. That's why Paimon doesn't want Navia to order more food. Somehow I feel like Paimon has an infinite amount of space in her tummy. She is more than 3 people. That's what I feel like. For someone that small.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough. Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
We wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information about our missing brother, I guess. Yeah, but we hadn't had much opportunity to do so.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon.
So are we gonna get that done in this part of the quest?
I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
I'm open for ears.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance.
Infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House and ask to speak to her after the performance. How does that work?
I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Ah, interesting.
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
I want to see how much of the community wants to actually do that, right? Like hide right under her bed. I'm sure plenty of Genshin players are degenerate enough to do that, or basically wants to do that. I mean, considering the option.
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
Does Navia have first-hand experience of someone actually doing that to her? I'm
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
You'll do it, Ego? Who wouldn't want to sleep under the bed of an hair dragon? You just thought of a funny cutscene where we're lost in the desert and there's no food. And Lumino Aeto says, I guess it's time to cook you, Paimon. The Paimon says the joke is getting old. I mean, Paimon's already said that before, actually.
Ah, valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
How can you overlook something like that? Of course it's illegal.
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break.
Cut the line? What do you mean, cut the line?
You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
It's worth a try.
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
But then they actually cook Paimon? Wonder what Paimon tastes like.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Wait, did someone else steal a drink? Oh no, not this again.
Was this your drink?
Oh, she actually did this time.
Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
Wonder what Fanta tastes like.
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kinda salty and icky.
My drink also tasted that way too.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then.
What? Poor Fanta.
If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
Why would you ban Fanta? That makes me curious, by the way.
So full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
To try floating a little lower.
Can't you see Paimon's barely an inch off the ground?
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
I like the fact that everyone in Tibet doesn't seem like phased about a flying fairy walking around, thinking of it as a balloon or a mechanicus or something. People think that Paimon is an object. That's funny.
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
That was pretty tough. That was a pretty pricey meal, all thanks to Paimon.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority.
So, are we actually going to find out who the perpetrator is? Who's the one kidnapping those girls and turning them in the water?
In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
So, here's my guess. Maybe it's actually remnants of the past Hydro Archon followers, and they're like corrupted water beings or something, and they're disguised as humans, or they're the mastermind that they want to get rid of the current Fontainians who forgot about their past Archon. Maybe that's the. But I'm not sure what their motive really is. Like, yeah. That was just the start of the quest. Alright, so what now? Go to the Fountain Plaza in front of the Opera House. I really love the background music for the Opera House, by the way. Zacher sound? What? Oh, you mean the voice that... Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Maybe...
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Excuse me? Did you just call that out?
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yes, and it's clearer than it was during the day.
Ugh. That's kinda spooky.
Yeah, you called that out right
Sure we don't wanna
away.
come back in the morning?
That was amazing. That was amazing timing, by the way. That was perfect timing.
Vache? Vache.
Who is it?
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water. Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right?
Wow, even Paimon is hearing it now.
Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
It's an oceanid. I see. What is this?
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not.
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who has lost their form.
You lost your form?
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Like blue water? Could that have been... Is this another... Wait, does that mean... This oceanid was one of the kidnapped girls who turned into water? Could she be one of the girls who were dissolved?
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril.
Wait, I didn't know that. The face of the ocean is actually hollow.
No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me. And I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be. No, our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vacher above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
You mean Vache saw her girlfriend turn into water?
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
Since that after the body is dissolved, some measure of the consciousness still remains. So, the people who were dissolved didn't truly die.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Is that Paimon?
Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vacher, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
If I see Vache, but who is Vache?
Come on, hurry! Navi is outnumbered!
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
What's going on?
Quick, now's our chance!
She's just standing there menacingly. What's
I
going
should
on?
thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
She was stalking her? The ship is true, the ship has set sail.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
It's so cool that we saw both of these bodyguards fighting with Navia. It's so cool.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful.
So they wanted to kill her for uncovering the truth.
Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law.
Wow, but they have so many of them. Well, I mean, it makes sense because there's a ton of mechas out there that we have to hunt down, right?
I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish.
So her father was assassinated by them, so that's why she's personal with this case. Interesting.
Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
She's so cute. She's so cute. She's so cute. She's so cute.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
What just happened?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us!
Wow.
Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Thanks for the rescue, Navia.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
What?
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
Oh. Wait, was that what? I don't get it.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky?
Wait. Do you mean that...
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors, so how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So there was primordial sea water inside that?
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So, if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
She would have dissolved into water. Oh my god.
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Oh my god. Paimon's a lifesaver. Holy. Oh my god. That's crazy. Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from Fontaine, otherwise we would have been dissolved into water.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate, but whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger, and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But that also explains why Paimon could hear Vasher, because she drank the water.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Another day for the traveler. Getting in a huge mess every time she comes into any part of the city.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process.
Wait, how did they spike the drink?
Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again.
Maybe.
Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
According to Lynette, the ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel. Yeah. One of the Oceanids was a girl who turned into an Oceanid. If it was Ada, Ayaka would have probably come first because she is talking to Traveler. Ayaka jokes.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Yep.
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vasher was a witness when she was dissolved. The question here is Vasher also Fontainian? If Vasher wasn't Fontainian, he couldn't have been dissolved as well.
Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
Or was he the culprit?
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
By we, you mean us too, right?
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
I mean, they're after our lives. And we can't let Navia die as well, right? Because this is too dangerous for her.
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right?
Paimon's in it just for the free food.
And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Singer with us will cost them.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you.
Yay! Free accommodation as well. Free rent.
We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
But someone did spike your drink just now. Spina di Rosula Stronghold. I wonder where that is. Karma loves suit, then when she gets really big, we roast her alive. I don't like the sound of that. I like to have my talking, flying fairy beside me. Even though she's annoying from time to time.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Wait, where am I supposed to go?
Go!
Well, excuse me? We're going in the sewers?
With the wind.
I thought we were... This is unexpected.
Step on us. Surprise!
Oh, that was just a lizard. Hello, kitty. So the turtle in front of the big house there, that was her pet, I assume. That was Navia's pet, I'm assuming. Trevor has a lot of lines in the Archon quest.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
I mean, I would say it's fancy enough, I guess.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Well, so much for my expectations.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately.
Yeah, I didn't expect it. So
After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
donations.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago.
Well, that makes sense.
I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father, he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence.
But that also makes sense why she doesn't like Chlorine, because Chlorine is one of the, maybe it was Chlorine who killed her father. Maybe.
But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
Maybe he knew that he was going to die anyway. Maybe he knew that if he didn't die, they would go after his family and kill Navia. Maybe that's why.
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
I see.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
That's crazy. That's messed up. That's crazy. That's messed up.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Miss Chlorand.
I knew it. I knew it. It was Chlorine. Chlorine was the one who killed. That's so unfortunate. And I bet that Callus told Chlorine in his dying wish that Chlorine should look after Navia at all costs. I think that was his dying wish.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him? Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Yeah, that indicates that he intended to die in the duel.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me?
Madness. Yeah, I'm just processing that information for a bit. Well, he was at the end of his ropes, right? He didn't have a choice. I mean, what would you do in that kind of situation, right?
Alright, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
No, it's just alright.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
By the way, is my avatar in the way of the dialogue? I could move my avatar a bit to the left. Something here. Is my mic not on? I was just saying that the air is too loud. The air? Is the background music too loud? Oh, it's your friend, okay.
Yeah. Paimon's feet.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
That's in your room.
Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
She was a Chad. Wait, is that? Look, it's a bartender. Can you solve my problem? I do not believe there is any problem that can only be solved by force. When we of the Spina di Rosula act, I'm certain that we'll be able to resolve your issue with minimal harm. From things as small as living supplies and household affairs, to matters as large as factional disputes and savings, the Spina will do all it can for you. I thought he was a bartender. I thought I could get more recipes from him.
What's taking him so long?
Yeah, again, I was trying to sneeze, but I couldn't sneeze. Lucelle? An old companion of mine. It could have lived free after I modified it, but then they took it away from me. There was no time to take anything back, because when they then gave me a new workplace, the Fortress of Meripede. By the way, before Lucelle belonged to me, it was a godemic of the gods. It didn't resist when I modified it, so I took that as consent. And that's how you landed a new job in jail? Yes. Even so, this job has some perks over my previous work at the Fontaine Research Institute. My time in Meripede was more conducive to creativity, to be honest. Given the lack of complicated processes and boring summary meetings. Even my daily meals were delivered by clockwork mechanics. Such an enviable situation. A shame though that the canteen manager refused to sell me that machine. Alright. Such an innovative spirit should be praised. I doubt this is a compliment. No matter what, such an innovative spirit deserves praise. I have some materials of various sorts. Please take some. See if you can come up with some innovative ideas. More makeup pots? Oh, cool. Crystals. Oh yeah. I'm not sure if I felt any different using this new spear on Yao Yao, but I think it did help. I think it did help some way. But it takes a lot to grind just to get the materials to farm more refinement for the weapon. But I am planning on getting the refinements for this. Yeah, it goes from 8 to 10 and then 10 to 12. Getting to refinement 3 is already like 50% more energy.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe.
Don't forget to stretch, everyone. Alright.
Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
Maybe it was because of my voice changer.
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere.
Well, I thought so as well.
I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Maybe it's just a nickname? And not a real name?
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to.
Well, basically the Hydro Archon's place, maybe?
And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept.
Yeah, of course.
If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
Oceanid? Why don't you just say Oceanid? Such a strange way of pronouncing the word.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you.
I mean, of course you're a court of law, right? You have to keep the case files.
In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we?
Oh, so now we're meeting with the Chief Justice. Yeah, I can't wait.
Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
I mean, this is a pretty significant case, right? Can't we...
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
How's that achievement for? Oh, okay.
The palais is right up ahead. Come on.
I just wanna trigger everyone. Look at all those primos. I'll claim them when I want to wish for a character that I want. I'll claim them later. I'll claim them later. No, 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 no. I'm saving. I'm saving. I'm saving. I'm saving. I'm saving. Wait.
Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters. Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
I'm saving for Furina, but honestly, I feel like I can get Furina without having to save. But right now we don't have enough information about her weapon. So I don't know if I want to save for just Furina or I want to save for both Furina and her weapon. So currently I'm just saving for saving. Even though I do have guaranteed for Furina, but I'm just saving if the weapon strikes me fancy. So I'll try I'll wait for information. Leaks. I mean, I'm just waiting for information about Furina. But that also means that I have to wait at least a version or more or longer.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
She just wants to prove a point.
Yep. Paimon can tell. If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh, is that even a thing?
Even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Wow, that was easy. I thought that was gonna be a bit harder than I thought.
Thanks so much.
That was easy. Knock.
Please come in.
Wow, that was cool.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
Wait. Monsieur Neuvillette keeps all the case files with him in his personal library? Is that how?
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
What I find interesting is that Nouvellette, the Chief Justice, he seems like some administrator of the entire city, right? He's like Jean, right? The acting grandmaster of sorts. In a way, the Chief Justice is almost like the prime leader of the country. I mean, would you call it a country? It's a nation, yeah, the nation of Fontaine, right? But the Chief Justice is the de facto leader. I mean, Furina is mostly just like a what do you call a leader who doesn't do any leadership roles? It's just yeah. Basically, Furina is the head of state.
Novelette would be so easy to talk to.
Furina is the head of state, but she really doesn't do anything. She messes around all the time. The perfect Brady Archon. Can you wish for Furina on stream? Of course. If I can, of course. I can't guarantee that I'll be available like next month or the next 2 months. I'm not sure. But I won't be around next week. That I can be that I can be sure of. But I'm not sure how things are gonna go. Basically, I have some important business I have to attend to, like, and I can't I won't be available to stream as often, maybe. But I mean, after doing the Fontaine and the Archon quest and all that, I'll probably go into some other games if I can. Or we could keep playing more Genshin, but maybe we could play Genshin TCG. I could upload more videos on TCG a bit. There's honestly not much to do in Genshin if you already did the Archon quest and all that, right? It's just dailies and all that. And I don't think it's that fun to watch. There are a few games on my radar that I plan on streaming. Honkai Star, I don't play either of those games, unfortunately. And honestly, I don't plan to, I guess. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, so next week I'll be heading out. I won't be around basically. I won't be around next week. But I'm not sure how long I won't be around. But it may just be that I'll just be gone for a few days and then come back. Or maybe we can do the video reacting one, yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. If you find some funny videos or I don't know. Yeah. You could do some video react. Post on YouTube, yeah. Definitely on YouTube, yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vache has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Going back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Ahem.
Oh, you mean the recommended videos?
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel.
You can post on Discord. You can post on Discord. I could I yes. Child also recommended to me that I make a Google form for it and ask people to post their videos on there.
Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should.
Damn, girl.
It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
She's crying.
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
What is it? Did you think of something?
The father's case, was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait.
The fact that
You
people
don't
can be
mean-
turned into water, yeah.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
It feels funny to me that even the Chief Justice didn't know, even after like living for 500 years or more, that they didn't know that the people of Fontaine could be turned into water. But I guess the primordial sea is just that hard to find, right? I mean... Should go while the idea is still fresh. You can go first, I'll join you later. Or... where do... I'll pick the second option.
All right, then I'll wait for you at Poisson.
I wonder if we can go back and see the village again. And I wonder if this rain is gonna keep on going.
Make my escape.
It's interesting that Fontaine is the only city that rain can fall.
Step on up.
It's a cool thing that I went here beforehand, like...
Whoa, what a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters.
It's a good thing I came here beforehand and unlocked the teleport waypoint.
My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common.
Yeah, I had a hunch that we'd come here at some point in the story.
A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
I think I'm starting to get why you like it.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Surprise! Step on up.
Melus, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could the mastermind be the same person?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson.
You mean a drug?
At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Who knew Fontaine? The whole Fontaine storyline would be about cartels, drugs, and mafias or something like that. Holy damn. Criminal activity. Wow.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant.
It is the court city, but could the court city, I mean, crime and law, I guess. It's basic yeah, it's basically crime and law.
The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved?
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Maybe your father got into an argument with Jacques, but it's also possible that the third person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened, but my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
So what next? What next? Even if we prove that her father was innocent, right? Who's gonna take the blame? Maybe the father was trying to shoot the third person. Yeah. Maybe the third person was also shooting them, right? So two gunshots were fired. Two gunshots were fired. One could have been the person who. One person could have shot Jocks. One person who shot Jocks. And the other gunshot was where Callus shot the one who turned into water. And instead of the body was left, instead of two dead bodies, we saw one dead body and just a pool of water with some clothes left.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with zero warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end?
Yeah. He protected you. The most important thing to him.
Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
That's very encouraging.
So you do know something else, Maloose?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
But that's why...
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live. and the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict, but once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful were still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
Yeah, let's get them.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
He gave you the choice to live how you wanted. Yeah. Ah, this is heavy.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
Yeah, beat him up, beat him up.
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about it, they could just spray you with water and then you'll turn into water. That's dangerous.
There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Interesting.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Maloose.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Wait, we're not gonna see Melus die, right? We're not gonna see Melus die.
Thank you for all of that, Maloose. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to is that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Maloose. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty.
Speed 'em up. Let's speed 'em up. Is it stalking time?
And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Yeah, let's beat him up. A new case record, yeah.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh,
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
Let's not bother her for now.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you, and to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Wait, does that mean someone ordered Jacques to take out Callis? Oh, yeah, of course, it makes the most sense.
I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callis had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Jack's family believes that he had struggled greatly with the order to kill Callus. Did Callus act in self-defense, or was there more to the incident? So Jack's family thinks that Jax was going to shoot Callus instead, and Callus acted in self-defense.
Are you okay, Navia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
I clicked the character screen by accident. I wanted to click the navigation screen. I mean the navigation button. You're confused now? I hope the video on demand.
Boss, how may I be of assistance today?
I hope the video on demand would be just fine if you watch back. In that sense, I think you can actually scroll back, right? I think you can, right? Because I had no drop frames. Basically, if there was something wrong with the stream, it should be on your end. My connection seems completely fine.
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene.
Wait. Why would you think that... Oh, no, wait, sorry. I got confused between Jax and Callus. Yeah, okay. Okay, that makes sense.
But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation.
So the guards were lying. It was the guards
Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene. But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
It's very possible.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill. So he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him.
So Mr. Callus had no gun in the first place.
The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss.
So I think we can cross out that Florent is an honest guy. He's most clues leads to that. For now, most clues leads to the gods being unfaithful.
And if I may just say one more thing, the whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth.
I accidentally skipped that dialogue too soon.
You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Florent, the advisor to the Spina di Rosula, claimed that he was very grateful to Callus for his kindness. He was also present at the banquet on the day of the case, and could provide evidence that Callus did not carry a gun with him when he went out. Thank you, Florent.
My apologies, boss, for that last sentimental bit. It's just... many years have passed while I've held my tongue. It's not often that I get to share my true feelings with others.
I wonder if there was more dialogue with Jacques.
Over here! Step on up!
I'll leave my husband's case to you.
Thank you, Miss Spina, and Miss Spina's friend.
So where are we heading next? Go to the court of Fontaine to speak to Thierry. Thierry? Who is Thierry, by the way? Ah. So, for now, the evidence points to him. But we don't know yet what kind of twist are we gonna have to the story.
Hey, Thierry! It's me!
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Sus.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callus did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way.
Excuse me?
It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
You wonder if it's just gonna be me speaking in the chat other than you. I wonder. I wonder that myself, really. But it's nice to have someone around at least. There's also Child as well. Child would come off from time to time if he's available. I wonder who else. I mean Child-sama, my moderator.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
Chi-Chi. Yeah, maybe. I loved how Chi-Chi came by the stream. We have Chi-Chi, we have Child. Who's gonna appear next? Maybe Hu Tao?
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Yeah, I was trying to test out if the stream alerts would work, but I'm still wondering why I never heard of it popping up. So if I go to my Stream Elements dashboard, right, I could basically emulate if someone would to subscribe. Maybe you could do that. You could try doing that. Wait, so I'm still wondering why the alert box doesn't work, because I've never heard it rang. Which feels weird to me. So this is me trying to make it work, right? And that's what's supposed to happen. But it's never, for some reason it's never turned on. Which is why I'm wondering what's wrong with it. Actually, you have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret.
Why would you keep it a secret? And how do you know it's difficult to do so? How do you know the method of it? That's very suspicious.
So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
There is the person responsible for official contact between Spina de Rosula and the guards. According to him, only the sufficiently rich can privately own large numbers of Gardamex. I mean, it makes sense because how could he be rich enough to own a platoon of Gardamex, right? Sus.
I'll see what I can do for you in Spina di Rosula when it comes to guard stuff, but don't go advertising it to everyone else.
Did I summon you? How did you know about... How did you know? Were you watching the entire time? Oh, by the way, child, by the way, I still have something you left me. You gave me your vision. You just joined? Have your vision, child, is with me. I'm keeping it safe. This way I can see if you're dead or not. If you're dead, the vision should turn white, right?
Hello, how may I help you?
Yeah. There was a cutscene in Fontaine where we met Child. And suddenly Child loses his hydro powers. And he just tosses the vision to the traveler. And says, I don't need this. I can just use my delusion. I don't need this. It's funny.
I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him.
Sure, I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Yeah, that's it. That's what he said. He just says, "Nah, I don't need this. I'm going to a duel with the best duelist in the nation. I just don't need this. If it's not gonna work, I just don't need this." it was a really funny scene, actually.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
I think he was one of the audience members, yeah?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive.
It was mostly just Paimon being annoying, honestly. Even though it was me even though it was me who pieced everything, pieced the puzzles together. But Paimon took the credit, yeah, of course.
To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Honestly, I would like to hear that myself.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Paimon might be a genius? Actually, speaking of Paimon being a genius, right? There's actually a few instances of Paimon suddenly coming up with the most strangest of things and then, wait, that's brilliant. I'm not sure where it happened in the Storycast, but that was one time that it was like one moment where everyone was looking at Paimon and said, wait, Paimon, you're exactly right. We should do that. Uh, 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 is it possible to by the way, is it possible to watch the stream at a lower resolution? I'm pretty sure you can do that, right? Because on my end, yeah, it seems that I have 0 drop frames. It's amazing what internet can do over Wi-Fi, right? Yeah, that is kind of cool. That is kind of cool. You can watch the stream at different resolutions, right? So, hmm.
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
It is so much better than Twitch in that regard. Yeah, kinda. But in terms of chat, right? And by the way, child, could you test out if you could subscribe to the channel? Because for some reason my alert box isn't working. Because I don't know. You've been thinking of switching to YouTube as well? Yeah, definitely. The stream quality is much better. You can unlock 1080p resolution from the get-go. The only thing missing is just the chat integration, right? That's the only thing. Because Twitch was designed to be a streaming platform, so the chat is always available. But for YouTube, right, you can have multiple streams on your channel, and the chat has its own specific link that you need to update on your end all the time. So it's just the chat integration and all the other plugins that Twitch has that YouTube doesn't have. But I think those are honestly minor things. There's also point redeems on Twitch, right? Point redeems. You can bet on points. You can use points for certain things. I mean that is part of the content, right? But I don't know. It feels like YouTube is just much better, especially financially speaking. YouTube gives a much better cut than Twitch, if you're being serious about it, right? And all the videos that you would record on YouTube would be permanently added to your channel without having to export it from Twitch, right? And if you export a video from Twitch to YouTube, it goes into a really terrible resolution to watch again. Yeah, I am using Stream Elements, by the way. But for some reason the alert box isn't working, so I'm not getting alerts if someone subscribed to the channel. I don't know why it's not working, by the way. Even though I set it up perfectly fine. Maybe it's an issue with Stream Elements. Maybe it's an issue with Stream Elements. Maybe I just haven't added Stream Elements as a moderator or something. I think maybe that's the issue. Um let me fix that for a minute. Um So how do I do this? Do I just scroll up all the way to Stream Elements? Let me see if I can find Stream Elements. Alright, so Stream Elements. Wait. I need to find Stream Elements in the chat. I have to do that on the browser. I can't do it on OBS, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't scroll high up enough to see past chat. This is a problem. I want to do it right now, but let's see. Can I do it from Stream Elements dashboard? Chatbot. No, I have to do it on YouTube. I have to do it on YouTube. It is annoying. Wait, there's two different. Oh, come on. Wait. How do I do this? Hmm. Yeah, it also seems that Stream Elements isn't in the chat, which is annoying. Oops. I hope that didn't pick that up. Hopefully it didn't. I'll do it. I'll do it the next time on stream, I guess. I'll do it the next time. I'll do it on the next time. So where was...
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Well, there's 1 for 1, I guess.
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabrières will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory. The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more, see if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good. Just let me know if you ever need Mora. All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
Marcel is the leader of the Confrérie of Cabrières. Alright, Ego. You can watch the stream after it's ended. I'll make sure that the stream VOD is public. The Confrérie and the Spina de Rosula have always maintained a close work relationship. Though his recollection of the events of the case is quite foggy, he's willing to defend Navia.
Alas, why do these kinds of things happen to the kindest people?
Surprise!
Where am I supposed to go? Oh, up there. Right. By the way, child, if you don't know...
We've talked to all 3 suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
If you don't know, if you get Lynette's Constellation 4, you get 2 charges of a skill, and I'm pretty sure you already have C4. Do you? You have Lynette, right? How many constellations of Lynette did you get? Wishing on Lynette's banner.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Yeah, none of them really stood out as a suspect.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start?
Jacques' motive.
Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
Lini was 4 after losing to Mona at 78, 79. Oh, interesting. So you got Lini early then. Interesting. Yeah, I spent around 30 wishes in Yolan's banner. But miraculously, I got 4 copies of Lynette. I think it was 1 in the first temple and then 2 in the second temple and then her C4 in the third temple. So yeah, I was quite lucky there. Also I think I did manage to get sacrificial sword, but I'm pretty sure the sacrificial sword was on the standard banner. You were at 76 to 77. Was that 76 after getting Mona? Or you were at 76 PT after getting Mona, was it? So that doesn't... You don't know how you'll be using Lynette anyway, other than her ult. I mean, Lynette's useful for traveling because her skill functions more just like Yelan. But I do feel like Yelan's skill is faster than Lynette and also lasts longer. 76 before this banner was trying to get Kokomi. Oh, okay. I see. So you spent your guaranteed on Lini, huh? But Lini is Fatui, I guess. If you're planning on getting all the Fatui characters, you do have to get both Lini and Lynette. But that also means that you need to get Fremine. Fremine is also part of the Heart House, the House of Hearth. That's how you pronounce it, I guess.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
Fremine is you could say the younger brother of both Lini and Lynette. But I'm sure he's just another orphan, right? He could just be another orphan. Femina is a 4-star that's coming up in the next banner, which is in I forgot who's I forgot whose banner it is on. I think it's Challenge Zhongli, right? Challenge Zhongli will be in 4.0 second phase, yeah. And Fremine will be the exclusive 4-star, I guess. Probably not for 3. I wonder. Wait, no. He definitely is for 3 because Fremine also said Fremine also said he did mention about Alakino as father. So yeah, he is part of the House of Hearth.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
If I was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all.
Oh? And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus?
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
If he's a 4-star, you'll get him eventually anyway. Good point. Yeah, good point. But you could also get child constellations, right? Or Zhongli's constellations.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
Seems the third person was the one who derailed everything.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Yeah, C1 child, that's good enough. Yeah, I guess. C1 child is actually very convenient when I was using him.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
If it's privately owned, right? Marcel would have been the... Because he's rich enough to afford private Gardamex.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex. It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business?
Yeah, maybe not, maybe not. Maybe it's someone else. Maybe it was Thierry.
Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Also, he's probably not rich enough to own Gardamex, right?
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory.
We'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the god's inventory. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the god's inventory. Yeah, that makes sense. Every police should be inspected, right? Right? Maybe.
If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Yeah, that also makes sense. Because if a god was missing... if a mecha was missing from the gods, people would be on high alert. So it couldn't have been Thierry as well. Florent is the only person left. How is he the one?
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
Then we have no leads. We have no leads.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
Choose the most reasonable suspect. I still think it's Thierry. I don't know. Because he said that How did he know how to remove the serial number on a garden map? Yeah.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these three, did he?
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the three, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
He is someone who's very close to you, after all.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
The same production base.
Yes, Malus did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky, but we don't have any other options right now.
If we found out the suspect hiding in the base, we can find out the culprit right away, right?
We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Another trial?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Child, what did you do? What did you do, child? What did you do? What did you do now? What did you do?
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
What?
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
Crimes against humanity? I guess so. But this is false accusation again.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away.
But no, wait. The thing is, Chow wouldn't go through the trial. He would just fight his way through.
If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
What? So they're falsely accusing Chow of the disappearance case just to let them off the hook. It's a trap. Dang, that's crazy.
Yeah. And it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
Are you gonna be a child's attorney now? Let's split up.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
You can go to Irenaeus while I'll go investigate that base. Yeah, we'll be charging through that base and fuck them up. We're gonna beat them up. I'm confident in my combat abilities.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open. You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit.
Oh?
I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver. When did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance.
I mean, the important thing here is that Navia is an important witness because she was being attacked by Gardamex, right? That needs to be a point of contention during the trial while we try to invade the base.
It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler, I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Many division greater than Gardamex and the visitor of 5 can be concluded as only one person who can have a large number of Gardamex in his possession and run the same business without leaving traces. This person is none other than Marcel. Is it really though? Is there gonna be another twist that someone else is doing it?
Now that Navia has set out for Irenaeus, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
Wait, I thought this was supposed to be...
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to do that. So what do we need for the next ascension? Not a lot of stuff. Random stuff, basically. Is Sayu equipped? Yeah, I guess she is. Is this a domain? Is this a domain?
Huh. According to Malus's info, the synth production base is underwater.
Oh, okay.
Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Alright. Makes sense, right? There's quite a lot of few underwater bosses, which is kind of neat. Hello? Oh, do we need to cut in a straight line?
Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
But they don't want it to stand out. I'm sure what we find inside will be extraordinary.
You're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
You get a cutscene of inside the opera. I feel like Child's just gonna fight it off.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right?
He wanted this to happen. This is so funny.
In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey, don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
I knew it. I knew this was gonna happen. He's just gonna accept all charges and then fight him off for his honor. The only reason he admit to a crime, of course, he'd do anything just for a fight.
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
What in the world is He's just trying to fight a god.
No. That's not what I meant.
Does this mean that Furina is also reluctant to a fight?
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
Again? Probably still salty after he found out that Zhongli was alive? Wait, did Furina found out that Zhongli was still alive? When was that? Oh, you mean he? You mean Child? Child was salty about Zhongli alive. Wait. Oh, yeah. Okay, I understand what you mean.
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway. So I'll take you up on that offer.
That's a first. Hey, Child, it's you! It's you on the screen!
So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Wait, we're Navia now? Oh, come on.
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Wait, I thought we were gonna beat some thugs in some base. Ah, come on.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Come on. The people of Fontaine just loves drama for some reason. They can't get enough of it.
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Yes, I do.
Hello, Ego. Welcome back. I'm glad everything turned out well on your side.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial. Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
And just in time. Well, we're probably kind of like in the climax of the show right now.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father? Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun.
You've gotten a sword when you were flying? A sword? What sword? This is actually a really good case, you know? Honestly, this is really good.
If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
Oh well. Bye, girl.
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
Oh, this is gonna take a while. I guess this is where the part where we cut off to the traveler again.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage.
So everyone's just gonna listen to the Chief Justice recounting all the details of the case.
On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières.
We're gonna do this again. Oh, I thought we were gonna beat up some baddies. Not this again. Okay. Alright. Navia's the main character now. Navia's the main character now. We're playing as Navia now. Goodbye, traveler. I don't want to play with you anymore. This is like that Toy Story meme. I don't want to play with you anymore. And then he drops the toy into the trash.
During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life.
Everyone gets to be the main character other than Traveler. Poor guy can't get a word in. This is the most valid part I've ever heard in the story so far. Oh, so there were 2 gunshots heard, right? So they just concluded that both shots were fired from the same gun? Couldn't you just inspect the gun instead? Like, is there no technology in this world where you can find out if the gun shot 2 shots or 1?
The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarande in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger.
We are able to count because of bullet shells usually, from what I know. No, well... No other gun was found on the scene, right? If it's a simple gunpowder metal ball, they probably can't figure out. True. But wouldn't it be weird, right? If you had to reload a gun with a second shot, wouldn't the person just run away? Like, guns was... If guns were that simple, right? There were 2 shots fired. Even though they're advanced, they mostly rely on vision for fighting. I mean, there are more people without visions than there are people with visions. I think I think Mihoyo didn't think this through. I just feel like Mihoyo didn't think this through. How could they be so incompetent about it? How about the investigation regarding the guns mechanically? Right. So it's kind of dumb to think that 2 gunshots were fired, and if you had to reload the gun, right? If the gun itself was so primitive that you had to reload with another metal ball in the shot, the other person would just run away. It just basically shows how ineffective guns were back in the day, right? But yeah, I don't know how the details.
In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him.
Yeah, in truth, there was a third person. The third person shot Jacques, and then... Yeah, it most likely that Jacques was trying to save Callus's life by getting in the way, and somehow the gun was seized. And now we just see Jacques' dead body with the gun in Callus's hand or something.
After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene.
Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time.
However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
Okay, the banquet. On the day of the murder, Spina the Doodles hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabriere. It also makes sense, right? Because the banquet was held in his area, so he could have controlled who had come by. So it makes sense that he instructed someone to shoot Jacques in that moment, and basically frame Callus for killing him. Okay, so the loophole here is that Florent said Callus did not even carry a gun with him when he went out.
Something's not right. Let me think for a little while longer.
Wait. What? During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. According to the investigation, Callus, who had a motive to kill, murdered Jacques for his betrayal. But is that really true? Okay. I think the analysis here is... No, I think we have to. I think the loophole is here. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Carlos, holding a gun while just lay dead from a gunshot wound. Based on the investigation done then, there was no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped, and Carlos was thus adjudged to have been the culprit. After conducting a review investigation, it is now certain that Carlos did not bring a gun with him, although the details of the case point towards the possible existence of a third person on the scene. So yeah.
Something's not right. Let me think for a little while longer.
Wait. What? Is it this? Ah, come on. Why is it being so difficult? Let's try using this one.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice.
Yeah, we got that right. Okay, so I think the motive to kill. We got testimony from Jacques' family that he did not.
The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility and had sent out another assassin.
Okay, got that right. Is that all? Alright, so is there another one? I love Callus's design. Eye patch. So cool. This was Navia's father. His design is just chef's kiss. Jacques decided to give up his assassination plan and sought protection from Callus instead. The culprit used water from the primary sea to dissolve the third person's body, turning Callus into the only possible suspect responsible for Jacques' death. I think this is the last loophole, right?
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
So that explains why there were 2 gunshots. Oh, 2 gunshots from the same gun, yeah. It was 2 gunshots from the same gun. Okay, so that makes sense. The gun was wrestled away from the murderer.
Ah, so that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
I think he doesn't need to rebut anything. It just shows that there is not enough proof to prove that Marcel is the culprit.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things.
Wow, Farina is actually being useful in this case.
One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
The woman in the audience is hilarious. Go home! Order! 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 They should have added that, by the way. They should have added that. They should have added the Chief Justice saying, Order! Order in the court! Order! You're on her team.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
So the court is just gonna postpone until someone finds the evidence?
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
It feels like Farina is more serious than ever. Maybe because, yeah, we were just after a serial disappearance case, right? And it is regarding the Primordial Sea, and she's obviously gonna be worried about that, right?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callis explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the Primordial Sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right. But what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this Opera House cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand.
I'm getting goosebumps. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
The audience commentary is wild. It's what we live for, man. It's like watching the comments on a YouTube stream, I guess.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots.
The culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots.
And, at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified.
Only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. Oh yeah. It was one of the guards that were dissolved into water because he almost spilled the beans and exposed the culprit.
The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene.
So it had to be one of the audience members. All evidence points to Marcel right now.
Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events?
Yeah, it was quite a big event, right?
On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
He has good points, I guess.
Oof. Don't know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
That makes sense, actually.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances?
That's actually a really strong point to contend with.
You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time.
He left Snezhnaya? He's a person from Snezhnaya? What could he possibly gain from this?
Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
He's a spy from Snezhnaya.
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now?
Call you racist is definitely the culprit, yeah. You can't trust anyone from Snezhnaya.
He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings.
Snezhnaya is a red flag, yeah. Yeah. It's like saying, huh? You're from North Korea? Sorry. Sorry, I should not have said that. I should not have said that. I'm sorry. But okay, but I do have some valid reasonings to say that, you know, some people have been assassinated in my country because they were from North Korea, you know. I'm just saying. Sorry, I'm sorry. I should have said that. Yeah, but you also can't they could also be spies, you know, trying to assassinate someone. It could also be the case. People from North Korea, okay, everyone just wants to run from there, yeah. But if someone was so wealthy enough to escape the country, I mean, okay. Think of it like this, right? Think of it like this. How could someone possibly escape from a country so controlled by the government, riding an airline or an airplane, right? Judges are fine if they're based on reality. Yeah, I heard that someone was assassinated because I think the case was that, okay, someone I think it was his brother, Kim Jong-un's brother, I'm not sure. It was the North Korean leader's brother. He was assassinated in my country by someone who was sent. I think he was. Yeah, there's a video about an assassination. I think it was in the airport or someplace else. Yeah, but he was tracked down. Yeah, Kim Jong's brother. Yeah, Yeah, he was assassinated in this country. They used some chemical compound, yeah. It's suspicious enough if you were to ride a plane. I mean, yeah, I'm sorry, but yeah, it's what happened, right? It's just what happened. They were disguising. It was a very smart way to kill, gotta admit. Hmm. But how did they escape, by the way? I mean, it was a smart way because they got through security, right? They got through security, people not suspecting a thing about what they had in their hands, right? So killing someone using chemicals was the only plausible way, because they couldn't carry a gun or maybe a rope, or I mean, anything else wouldn't be as effective. Did they get caught? I'm not I forgot about that actually. I feel like they ran away from the scene at least, right? I didn't know they got caught. I'm not sure. But it's just that I saw it in the news, but I didn't know that the culprit got caught. Maybe they got caught and that's how they found out that they were assassins sent from the country.
Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been.
Two people did it together. They wiped something on him separately and erected and killed from what I remember. Wow, that's amazing. That's an incredible modus operandi. I thought they wiped his mouth or something and he inhaled the poison. I think the video showed that he just dropped dead, right? It was such an effective killing chemical. That is smart.
The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Who the heck is Vacher?
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Finally, we cut back to the Traveler. Oh, finally. Wait, where am I? Is this a domain? I was trying to get the Hydroculus. Some ordinary gamers made a video in detail about it. Yeah, let's watch the video about it after the conquest. I think it would be a really cool thing to see. Can I change my body? What should we use? We're probably gonna fight Gardemax, right? Let's use Yelan.
Take
Yeah,
it
I
easy.
thought so.
Body and mind. Let me weave you a berth. Gotcha. Game's up. Fun's over. See?
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
There more chests around here? Gotta check every nook and cranny. Nope.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
What's this? Is it underwater? Nope. Oh. Now what? The water. It's always the water.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
What is
Quietly now.
this?
Witness the power of Gua. Huh? Busted. Here comes the catch.
Now the path is clear. Let's go.
Is there a hidden chest somewhere? Nope. Doesn't seem like it. Cool glass window, by the way. Look, another chest. Can we break the vase? Nope. These are so cool props, by the way. You could imagine all of this in your own what's it called again? Serenity Pot? Yeah. Oh, what? That's so cool. I think is this one of the domain features that in Fontaine?
Gotcha. Time to act. Know my sword. Let me weave you a verse. Huh? Hup. Game's up. Fun's over. Phew. Ha. Huh. Phew. Ha.
What now? Where are we even going? Is this where the primordial sea is taken from? What is that?
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
If I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navia as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. What's all this? Aw, it's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
Wait, are these things from the possessions of all the girls? There's a name too.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names?
They probably belong to the victims.
Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things, these names. That means... Oh, this is terrible.
Is it because they needed the water from the dissolved victims to produce the drug? Is that what it is? Is the drug just gamer girl bathwater? That's just a theory, by the way. I don't know what's going on. You discovered objects within the containers labeled with the names of those who owned them within the depths of the headquarters. The names here must have something to do with the victims in the serial disappearance case. This might be proof that this was their final stop. Dang, what in the world is going on? Final stop as in resting place, you mean?
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him.
It's probably related to his and Jacques' case.
Yep, it's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right?
Is there anything else?
We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization.
Yeah, so if the person turned into water, they definitely had to be someone from Fontaine. So that narrows the list down further.
The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia.
I think the mistake was that they tried to assassinate Navia by making her drink the primordial seawater. But Paimon accidentally drank that instead, right? So they did the grave mistake of trying to assassinate her.
Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups.
But who are they? They planned this well in advance.
They're all just so evil!
Clues concerning the callous case that were found inside the bookshelf. The mastermind did not believe that Jacques would do the deed and thus sent a third party to ensure Callus's death. The context that followed also defined the culprit's motive to some extent. Alright. What else? What else is there? What is this?
Oh, look! There's an important looking basin over here, and it's full of water!
There must be water from the bottom of the sea. Why is it so creepy? Holy shit, what is this place?
That means this is where they make all the synth! And that special water is the main ingredient! If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth, but the pure stuff can dissolve a human! Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Primordial seawater pool. The pool found within the headquarters is filled with water from the primordial sea. The mastermind can use this to create synth and directly use it to dissolve people. How did they find this place? Holy shit. Can we go swimming in it? We can't. Can't jump in the pool. I can't fulfill my intrusive thoughts. Now what? Is there anything else? It's like we've found everything, right? Is there anything else? What's this? Is there a pool now? Oh, this is the laboratory.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough.
Let's see, wait. Sorry about that. Aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research.
The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved.
So they... That's crazy. Calm down.
Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Veneer, who was dissolved. What?
So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane!
There's another name here, Vasher.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No, he is the researcher. He was trying to find out a way to get his girlfriend back.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
He signed off on a bunch of the experiment reports. See, the voice I heard from the founder was probably Veneer.
So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
There must be more to this than meets the eye.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
Vasher's experimental records. Experiment number 16 aims to verify... blah blah blah. There are many more records like this, okay. Wait, that's all, right? Oh, there's one. This one here. What's this? Bottles?
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea.
There's so many.
Hmm.
The water itself is so creepy.
Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth?
Holy shit, what? Well, that definitely proves that this is where they produce synth.
Yep, it's super obvious.
A popular potion circulating quite widely, it gives the drinker a very pleasant experience for a short time, but its side effects are equally strong. The producer uses these special characteristics to earn a massive profit from its trade.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on. But
Who really is this Vacher?
yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity.
I mean, this is the number one place. This is the number one most dangerous place in all of Fontaine. Because if anyone tries to enter this place, they're just gonna be dissolved into water. It's crazy.
No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Let's look again.
Sure thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either.
So are we just gonna bring all the clues? Look for clues related to Vacher. I wanna jump into the primordial water. I wanna see what it turns me into. Primordial water looks crazy though, by the way. So there's still clues left, huh? What else is there? Vacher's true identity. How do we know? But a new suspect has been hauled out for trial at the operas. You and Navi must split out and do your best to uncover the truth. So really there's just nothing here? Do we have to... Do we just have to go out? Oh, we have to use the E scale.
You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure. Ugh. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either.
I found it.
Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vacher's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. She was so sweet, too. Oh, Paimon feels even worse for her now.
Take a look at this page. She made a list of baby names. Is Insnesnayan? Is that it?
So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was... Marcel.
Marcel?
Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this case been going on for so long that he's Vacher and Vinier's grown son?
What's going on here? Let's go, Paimon.
Hey! Paimon still hasn't figured it out yet.
But did she live on to... Wait.
And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of this court?
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the crucial evidence.
You say you've never heard of a share.
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vacher.
What?
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Venier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vacher!
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of this? Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice, your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Venier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved, no matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
What is he doing?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go! I can't follow! So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vignere. I promise. We made a promise.
Oh no, he's gonna spray water all over the audience. He's gonna spray water all over the audience.
Vignere! Please, Vignere! Don't think badly of me. All I want to do is fulfill our promise.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer have any basis.
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial disappearances case.
Villette proceeds to review and compile all the evidence.
The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover Vignere. During an underwater expedition, Vignere accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vignere back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial disappearances case is over now.
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Yeah.
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to, so if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
What now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What?
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on general principle?
What?
Weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect the verdict in this case, right?
Chan has been declared guilty by the artists. That's what is going on here.
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is, by law, the final verdict of the court. We must accept the guilty verdict. Guards, please take the suspect into custody per court protocol.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
He's activating his spell legacy!
Did Nivelette just... Holy shit!
If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Whoa! He just dunked on him!
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of Fontaine's court system, The Oratrice's judgment is the final verdict of the court. All I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Even the Chief Justice doesn't know, then we should have no choice but to ask the Archon herself.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either! Hey, stop staring at me!
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
Stop staring at her! She's so...
She says she has no idea either? But that's impossible. Didn't she create the Oratrice herself?
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really be called justice?
Oh no. Oh no.
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect verdict to be handed out in this court? Did you really believe that the judgment could be mistaken or be the result of some sort of random mishap? Don't tell me you thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice's result.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty obvious she had no idea what was going on.
However, given the state of things, I shall give you an explanation. Everything that just took place, including my supposed shock and bafflement, was a part of an elaborate performance, with every action meant to stir up drama and excitement. And, of course, for every performance there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as I expected from the very beginning. As the embodiment of the very concept of justice, the Oratrice shall never render an arbitrary judgment! If you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case, it is only because you've been blinded by the superficial appearance of innocence. Everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses, are beyond ordinary comprehension and completely unforgivable! All shall be revealed in time. You will come to understand my noble intentions, as well as the absolute correctness of the Oratrice's verdict. Now, having said that, although I hate to leave things hanging in suspense, it is now time for this performance to end. As the lead actress, I shall be the first to take my leave. Toodaloo!
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
She's just running away!
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea.
Way to pull the rug out from under.
However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been incorrect, we will do our utmost to clear his name.
All right. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, we'll take your word for it for now. After all, he's done plenty of bad stuff, so he should have known he'd go to prison someday, right?
Tragedy repeats itself. Reveal the truth behind the serial disappearance cases. Interesting.
Oh, Monsieur Nervalet! That power you showed when you took him down. Who are you really?
I'm the Chief Justice of Fontaine, of course. If officers of the law lack the strength and capability to enforce it, then it makes a mockery of justice.
Wow. That was amazing. We got to see how strong and powerful Neuvillette is. Dang. the cool thing is we Nublet just in a blink of an eye just apprehended child in an instant, right? That's just crazy.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Wait, what?
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing over here?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge to the list.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name Vacher? I erased all records of that name. So, unless...
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Yes, I met your girlfriend.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could that be? How did you manage to do it?
It's around the Fountain of Lucine, something to do with my sensitivity to the hydro element.
The Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me all along. And I just never...
And you'll never get to see her ever
Please
again.
give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her one last time. This is the last request I'll ever make in my life. You can do whatever you want to me afterwards. I don't care.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial killers get to make requests like that?
Serial killer, wow.
Paimon agrees. Why should we give him what he wants when he's only done a ton of super terrible things?
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual needs?
Uvula isn't human. Uvula isn't human, of course. I mean, of course, he's lived for hundreds of years. Of course, he's not human.
Very well. I will grant your request.
Your Honor, I fear that...
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
In that case, I shall leave him in your most capable hands, Chief Justice.
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's crazy how strong he is.
Go!
Every person in Fontaine basically just knows how strong Uvula is. He doesn't need guards when he's the strongest person in the city. That makes sense. That makes the exact sense. He doesn't need guards when he's the strongest person in the city.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Back then I drank water from the primordial sea.
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Vacher!
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vignier, it's me! It's me, Vacher!
Vacher? Vacher!
I'm here! Where are you, Vignier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful! Hey, wait!
He's drowning himself, isn't he?
Vignier, is that you? It's me, Vacher! Vignier!
Vacher?
Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over 20 years since the day you left. All this time, only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. Nothing else mattered to me. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my feelings like this? Vignier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vacher, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you.
What are you saying?
If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my love of the arts, and my works would have been displayed in the Palais Mermonia itself. If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. And she would not have grown old and died alone, with nothing but the tears on her cheeks. It's all because of your selfishness, Vacher. It's all because of you.
You... Wait, you are not Vignier. Who are you?
You're right. I am not Vignier. I am the sacrifices. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousnesses flowed back to the primordial sea. Our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea, and we were no longer individuals, but we became one, just as streams of water come together in the sea. I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vignier.
Why? But then, where is Vignier?
She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again that you'd do any and everything for her. But did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If she would despise you for what you became? You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly narcissist. The only thing you are not is Vignier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vignier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
No! Vignier! She can't hate me. Let me see her, please. Have mercy.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real Vignier. She really doesn't want to see you anymore. But on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop of pity for you. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vacher.
Vacher? Vacher. 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 Drown.
Dang.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Legs are killing me.
Ah, well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I woke up in such a good mood today.
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon. Who wouldn't treasure having a partner like me?
I mean, if those were the souls of the dead girls, what happened to the souls of the guys? What happened to the assassin? What happened to the police officer? Huh. Also, they didn't explain how he poured primordial seawater towards the god that was trying to expose him. You only care about the girls.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia. What have you been busy with since the trial?
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the court since then. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then, no one was going to come. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many people from the court, all attended.
So his name's definitely been cleared now. That's what we like to hear.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad I didn't give up on the case all those years ago.
Things turned out as well as they could have.
Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there, and there was no way she'd just let me go.
Huh? So you know Charlotte too? The Charlotte? Journalist from the Steambird?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all over me. Wouldn't take no for an answer. I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness, Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever since. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super interested in that case, so now her wish has finally come true too.
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical evidence, that you both sound really cool.
Now that's another thing to look forward to. We trust Charlotte's skills with a pen for sure.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clorand out for a meal.
What? Excuse me? Excuse me, what? What? Another ship has sailed. Oh my god, why did they do this? Why do they feed the Genshin community so hard on these ships? I thought the ship could never sail. How they twist my heart like this?
Oh, are you two on better terms now?
While you were investigating Vache's headquarters, Clorand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also no point in being awkward all the time, so we took the chance to reconcile with each other.
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clorand wasn't actually a bad person. It's always good to have more friends
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him to this day. That includes me, too.
This is such a sad story, by the way.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too! We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now.
Oh.
Huh. This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
I mean, if the criminal finally drowned in the end, I guess that's a positive ending. I don't know. It's been negative throughout the entire thing, I guess. I found Linny's case proceeding to be quite entertaining.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait. That figure. It can't be.
Also, child being guilty was such a... I don't know. It's so funny.
Isn't that Neuvillette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown, but still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice, anyway?
Why are you asking that? Shouldn't you be the one who knows?
There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself.
But do you know Neuvillette is probably not him? Probably. Come on, it's obvious. I mean, they did this kind of thing with Nahida too, right? Nahida kept asking what wisdom is. Like, she's the god of wisdom. She's the one who's supposed to know.
Oh, rather than that, It's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives.
Yeah. I mean, he's probably far stronger than anything we've ever seen, yeah. He doesn't even need a vision. He just has power. It's crazy how strong he is. But I don't know if I'll ever... I don't know how good he is gonna be, though. If he really is the strongest Hydro user in the game... I mean... He's the underground lizard dragon thingy. Underground lizard dragon thingy? What? Oh, you mean the bishops? Hmm. Hmm. I mean, we can only know what the truth. We'll only know the truth when he. That's the most sensible theory you've heard. A lot of people are saying that he's the Hydro Dragon. He's just the reincarnated Hydro Dragon, much like how Ashdaha was reincarnated. I don't know. And even when we fought Ashdaha was like a portion of what he really is, right? It's just not that strong. I would bet that Ashdaha is probably one of the weakest dragons at the moment, maybe. Yeah, there is a dragon on the map on the top left. Oh yeah. There's a skull of a dragon actually. If you explore Fontaine, right? There's a skull of a dragon, snake-looking dragon. There's a dragon on the map on the top left. I did notice that while I was underwater, while I was like exploring the underwater. Yeah, there was a skull, yeah. But there's also lore regarding the Bishops and the Hydra Dragon actually. How the dragon turned into a human and forsaken the Bishops because they were no longer pure water or whatever. A lot of theories point towards that Nubilet is the Hydro Dragon. But if he really is the Hydro Dragon, right? If he really is the Hydro Dragon, he's like the strongest character in the game. He's the strongest playable character in the game. Yeah, it would be cool. Like when we saw a Pep, right? A Pep was ginormous. It'll be disappointing if he's weak. Yeah, that's the thing, right? If he really is the strongest character in the game, lore-wise so far, they really need to sell his character well. They really need to like it. I don't mind if Mihoyo makes him as broken as possible. I don't care. I don't care at all. Just give us a broken ass character. Who cares? Like make it rain. Make his burst apply constant hydro. Like, that would be the most overpowered thing in the entire game. They probably will try their best to not power creep. I don't know. I really, I mean, it'd be really cool, right? It'd be really cool if, for example, like, his burst doesn't deal any damage whatsoever, but it applies constant hydro. That'd just be really cool. If it doesn't deal damage, but you can deal damage in other ways, right? Imagine having constant hydro application. That mechanically speaking, right? That's incredible. Infinite vapes. You now Linny can vape his entire kit. Linny can vape his entire kit. Nilu can work with Novelette and constantly applying Dendro. Yeah. But so far I don't really know how his kit is right now. Not sure. But it would be really cool if that was the case, right? It would be really cool. There's already mechanics in the game where you have constantly applying hydro. Like there's pools of water. There's those hydro stone thingies that you break and then it'll suddenly rain in a small area. The hydro summer chill already creates a constant pool of constant rain. The hydro summer chills can already do that. So why can't you just make a character that can make it constantly rain? But who knows what they have in store for us, huh? You could just check the leaks, right? You could just go to the leaks and find out. They won't be able to sell more characters later. You're right. But then again, right, you could always make a character that works best with other characters, you know? I mean, this is the nation of Hydro. So why would they need it? Why would they need to release any other Hydro characters? They could just make one of the most powerful Hydro characters in the game and just like make it so that everyone wants to pull for him, right? Right now, we already have so many powerful Hydra characters. It's just so hard to top it off. The idea of, I mean, they won't be able to sell any other characters later. That idea is already exists right now. Yelan is so strong. Why would you ever pull for any other Hydra character in the game? That's a point of contention, I guess. So they need to design a character that works well with those that can't work with Yelan, right? I guess. They just need to make him broken in another way. Just... yeah, I don't know. But they also need to sell Furina as well, so... we'll find out soon, yeah.
Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival.
Well, you're immortal. You don't know how fleeting the life of a human is and what's important to them, right? An immortal doesn't know what's important to human beings. I know that for a fact.
But Mr. Callus proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callus made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice.
Yeah, he really did. He died for justice. That's crazy. Anniversary is coming, free 5-star. Hope your posts will start coming up soon. Nah, we already know, MiHoYo. I already saw that. Confirmation regarding anniversary rewards. They're giving 10 pulls for every player. They're giving a free temple for every player. Speaking of, right, I could probably pull for Novelette and Farina. I don't know. I'm just gonna wait for information about Farina's weapon, if it's worth it or not, and consider getting Novelette instead of Farina's weapon. And pull on both Farina and Novelette. Hopefully I can get both, I guess. I don't know. But if I can't get both, I'll just pull for Farina or save up for her instead. Let's see. We already know that every Honkai Star Rail and every Genshin player will get 10 free pulls, that's all. If we give 20, I think 10 would just get people mad. Nah, I think it's just the same as every single year. Last year, this year, the next year. It's just gonna be 10 free pulls, that's all. Maybe a free character as well. Or a free weapon. But that's all. By character, I mean free 4-star character. I don't know who they'll choose though. It seems like every patch, every new version, I mean every new region release, they'll give you a free character. And this time they gave us free Lynette. Last time it was free Kale. Wasn't last year 20? No, I think last year was 10 as well. I'm pretty sure of that. Or was it 20 because they give an extra 10? Was it? Because people were mad, right? And then they gave an extra 10? Was it? Yeah, maybe I'm the one who's misremembering, yeah. I'm not sure. Isn't it already the 3rd anniversary? The first mail was a mistake. Isn't it already the 3rd anniversary? Or is this only just the 2nd anniversary? Yeah, I mean, Genshin was released in 2020. 2021 should have been the 1st anniversary, and then 2022. It's already almost at the end of 2023. So yeah, it is the 3rd anniversary.
A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner.
Rewards are trash this time too, you'll be disappointed. I don't know. You really can't give high hopes to MiHoYo in this regard. It's like, MiHoYo is like this sort of company where it's like they're saying, if you feel like you deserve something, you should pay for it. That's what they're telling the community basically. Or, I mean, they're also expecting us to make free advertisement for them, right? They're doing art contests over and over again, and then with the promise of free Primogems. I mean, people love to draw, but they're drawing for free just for a chance to get Primogems instead of cash money. Like, in the end, that just goes back into their pockets, right? I mean, they're not giving away anything. They're giving away something that people were never going to pay for in the first place. And instead, people would work for it, right? People would work for Primogems. Just like streamers, right? People would stream Genshin and then they would pay us with free Primogems. But the funny thing is, since I'm streaming on YouTube, I don't even get any creator related rewards. I mean, it makes sense, right? It would make sense why Genshin creators would stream on Twitch for Genshin because they get awarded for doing so. But wait, I'm not sure how did they extend the creator program to YouTube as well? I'm not sure. I wonder if they did though. I wonder if they did. It's the only reason you're streaming on Twitch? Yeah, I guess. That was the reason why I was streaming on Twitch as well. But Twitch is just miserable. Yeah. And you can't look at past streams as well, past live streams as well. Live broadcasters would. You would need to highlight the video, and then you could see the past highlights. But it's so hard. It's so difficult to find past live streams. It's only for Twitch this time too. Yeah, I guess. For Primos, you've turned into Gold Digger. I mean, it's not bad, right? It's like 800 Primo Gems if you 800 Primo Gems. That's quite a lot, you know. 800 Primo Gems. Yeah, it's a worthwhile paycheck if you're really that concerned for money, I guess.
This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
Well, at least they did double the maximum amount of Primo Gems that they award to streamers. If you are a really dedicated Genshin streamer, you would get quite a lot. I think it was 1600 now. So well, 1600 is 10 balls. But in terms of Genesis Crystal, 1600 is quite a bit. But yeah, it's that's just what you get. And the top end streamers will get so much Primo Gems. It's crazy. It's kind of unfair, honestly. But yeah. But the thing is, right? There's plenty of YouTube Genshin creators as well. Like I went to lose, Gacha Gamer. As far as I know, they don't even stream on Twitch either. They just make YouTube videos. Yeah, top streamers also get money on top of free Primo Gems. They also get money. It's crazy. I mean, if it weren't for streamers, people wouldn't know about Genshin, and Genshin wouldn't have been as popular as it is right now, isn't it? Right? You just do 3 hours and switch to YouTube, maybe. Yeah. I mean, that's a good idea as well, right? Just do 3 hours of Genshin streaming on Twitch, and then just stream on YouTube. And you can even you can even export the stream on Twitch to YouTube. But Twitch is just lousy, honestly. Just lousy. By the way, right? Have you unlocked Twitch affiliate already? Is watching a stream on Twitch is just without ad blockers specific to Twitch is just miserable. It's just in the long run, Twitch is just terrible. And YouTube is kind of hard to get in, right? You need 500 subscribers, a few hours of watch time. But even if you get at least 2 viewers, okay. So if I was streaming for 40 hours, for example, and if I get if my viewers only if I had only like 3 viewers, that's like 120 hours of watch time. So that's already enough, right? Yeah, as long as I can get to 500 subscribers, I can already unlock membership on my streams. You're a casual streamer anyway, yeah. It's crazy how people with like no investment at all, right? They could become a very successful streamer. It's crazy how people would just upload videos of them talking to a microphone and gameplay with no character model or anything, right? And they would get so much of an audience, right? Maybe they did it for a few years. Yeah, maybe. Searching for that isn't worth your time. Sure, yeah. For me, though, I don't know. I'm always wondering about how can I be more entertaining, I guess. It's like, it feels like people come to the stream and then they just come by and then they see the stream and then they leave. I'm just wondering how I can make sure that people could stay for a while. It's not about I mean, it's all about the money, right? People want to be successful. They just want to be people want to be useful, I guess. If I could make someone's day just by streaming and make a profit from it at the same time, that would be a dream job for me, I guess. Maybe talk and try to connect. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. It's just that I don't feel like I could commit, right? I could commit to relationships, and I'm always socially awkward about it. Like, ask about them. I've been thinking about Skillshare and thinking of improving my, I don't know, maybe my delivery, maybe just in terms of making my own animated scenes, making my own overlays. I've been thinking about that recently. It's just that the investment that I need to do about investing my time and learning the skills that I need to do those things. How long have I been playing? What adventure rank am I? Oh, I'm actually adventure rank 59. It's funny because I've been playing since almost a few days after launch. Learning in my free time. Yeah, I guess. It's honestly better to spend your time for a bit to learn the things that you need to do and try to connect with other people. Oh, wait. You're giving us advice of what to talk about? What do you mean? Oh. Wait. Oh, so you're saying that I should try to connect with the viewers better. I see. Yeah. That's actually a good advice. Yeah. Of course, if I was streaming Genshin, of course people would ask me. They would probably be knowledgeable enough about Genshin, right? It's funny how I didn't pick that up when you're the one who's always asking those things in the chat.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Yeah, I'm really bad at that.
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done.
Traveler is always on the sidelines. We're never there.
Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there?
Maybe you should start selling a course to introverts. That could be very lucrative, maybe. You should start your own videos. How to communicate with your peers, how to start a conversation, I mean, people would suck up that shit. Make YouTube videos out of them. And then in the video you will say that we're giving you a free course to learn how to better improve your self-esteem. And then in the free course, it's just introductions to your seminar, to your paid seminar. And then in that seminar, you've hired the most quote unquote most professional uh the most professionals in the field with years of experience or something like that. I don't know. But they're not usually someone supposed to fly around someone's grave.
Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly.
The Andrew Tate course? Yeah, stop being a stop being a wimp and be a chat like Andrew Tate, right? Predatoring on wimpy boys who can't get a life for themselves, I guess. You just hide people to teach. Yeah. Basically, right? I don't know. I just knew about Andrew Tate from all the controversy surrounding him. I don't even know what he's trying to sell. It's crazy. He just hired people to teach and it was on Discord, so no maintenance was needed. that's just dumb, man.
Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad.
Oh, she took it seriously.
Anyway,
It was a joke.
Rivulet is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? If we can't talk to Lady Farina, we can at least talk to him, right?
So in the end, we get to talk with a wise old man. He's mostly been very misogynistic, but say something sensible once in a while so he doesn't seem like the worst person. I mean, his sensible only makes sense to young men, right? And you can't blame him for being a misogynist when there's misandries all over the world, right? It's... I don't know. His evil was born from a malice towards men that's prevalent, I guess.
In sunlight,
But at the same time, right?
bathe in moonlight.
Patrick, he has been like plaguing the world since forever.
Silly churl, Billy churl, silly Billy, hilly churl. Ooh.
Negativity doesn't justify negativity, yeah. But yeah, what do you think, right? Does misogyny come from opposing the misandrist movement, or does misogyny come from patriarchy? People will say that misogyny mainly comes from patriarchy. There's very few places in the world that has matriarchy. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons why it's just better to be neutral, gender neutral stance or whatever.
Toodaloo.
That's what I prefer to be, just neutral.
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this since you're usually super busy. So we figured we could try to ask you a few questions, if that's okay.
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would be my pleasure to return the favor.
About water from the Primordial Sea, do you have anything? Do you have anything you had? Did you know about this thing? Men are mostly discriminated against in cases of mental health issues, but that's just your opinion. From what you've seen, reality could be different. Treating everyone fairly is what you believe in. It's what everyone should believe in, you know? But there's also the case where, like, women always gets the better treatment, right? I was asking if Nicolette. I was just trying to ask Nicolette about, shouldn't he have known about the water from the Primordial Sea? Yeah, it was in context with the game, yeah.
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water as water from the Primordial Sea, but what is it really?
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research.
Better treatment depends on the country, okay? Yeah, actually you're right. I didn't think about that. Men have advantages in some countries and some they don't. Yeah, when you pointed that out, I just, that really, yeah, I guess you're right. I guess in most modern countries, I guess most women are treated better than men. I don't know, but I guess it depends on the time and place, right? Usually, I mean, there are reasons why women are treated better, because it's usually in those cases where, I don't know.
There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the life on this planet.
Huh. So it really was where everything began. It makes sense to call it primordial then.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vacher discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant from a truly ancient age.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the case, then why would people, at least people from Fontaine, dissolve in that kind of water?
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, suddenly reverse itself and devour life instead? To be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world and its laws. There must still be some unknown secrets around the people of this land. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
Quite accurately, yeah.
That's right! It was Lenny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Maybe the Fatui were spreading this rumor about this prophecy for their own agendas.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
Wow. Yeah, we still don't know anything about the previous Hydro Archon.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon? Wow. This is the first time that we've ever heard of it.
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. We should be more vigilant and stay on the watch for further signs. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting information and intelligence from across Tevat for this purpose.
I see, so that's why she was serious in the case. Because it was involving the prophecy. Else she would just be bored about everything. She'd only be concerned about something if it had concerned her.
If the rumors were true, then perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
Wow.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really trust her to solve it?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
I guess the next few Archon chapters are about us trying to solve Farina's problems for her, I guess.
My apologies. My investigation has still not reached its conclusion.
We still don't know why the Oratrice behaved that way, right?
However, I still believe the judgment of the Oratrice was not rendered arbitrarily.
How does the Oratrice work anyway, right? It was something the previous Archon made, right? So the previous Archon was like, no, fuck you, child. No, you're going to jail. You're not leaving this place or whatever. Yeah, it was so fun to see the Velet just dunking on Chal, apprehending him. Yeah, maybe finding out more about the prophecy. Maybe we'll also find out more about the Oratrice itself, right?
But you also said you thought he was innocent.
What? Yeah, you did say that.
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified faith in the concept of justice is integrated into it. Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely also possesses other traits, such as self-awareness. Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation like this for a long time.
Huh. And what are you gonna do about it?
Huh. So when Lenny told us that he heard a human voice from the room where the Oratrice's core is stored...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. Perhaps that could serve to prove my conjecture. I will add that to the list of items to investigate.
Huh.
In any case, I am inclined to believe that the Oratrice does have a methodology all its own. We just do not have enough information. Based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. She managed to bluff her way through it, though, with her time-tested twin tricks of bravado and drama. While we do intend to get to the bottom of this, for now, we regret to say that the Fatui Harbinger will just have to bide his time in the fortress of Meripede.
Wait, so Child's locked up in jail? In prison? Child's in prison? Child, you're in prison now. I'm sorry, child. I have to revoke your moderator rights. You're in the shadow realm. I'm just kidding.
If we did incorrectly convict him of crimes he did not commit, we will most certainly compensate him to the fullest extent allowed by the law.
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation he'll want is a no-holds-barred fight with you.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
Yeah, we came here trying to find our sibling, but we got caught up in something else.
Your sibling? Another blonde-haired traveler? I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description.
What? Excuse me? Wait, so you've been alive all this time, for hundreds of years, and you've never met my brother? What?
If he ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure he followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epicles.
Huh, well, that makes sense. How would they know about her sibling? I don't know.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about?
No, nothing.
Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. I very much enjoyed conversing with you. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind and return to Palais Memornia.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects today because you had the day off.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock as well. This is merely the nature of a justice's work.
Asking the Archons makes more sense. Maybe.
Alright, you've got a point. Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped.
Yeah. It does feel like Neuvillette can summon the rain, but I don't know if they're gonna implement that into his skill. Oh, finally we can do Fontaine commissions now. That's what I wanted all this time. You're kidding, right? Yes, you're kidding, right? Scattering again. This one must be a predator. Perhaps. Something I can help you if you're looking to take on a commission, send me a... I'm just taking a look. I see. If you run into any guild issues, you can come and ask me. I'll provide the armor service for you and answer all unanswerable questions. Then we thank you for your contributions to the guild. I bet you wish you smooth travels. Finally. Yay, we can do Fontaine commissions now. This is a new meta for comms and expeditions. Yeah, I mean, it's so small. But I'm not sure why you're saying expeditions.
Add
Yeah, it's for cooking and crafting. Okay. Oh, I haven't played all these. Yeah. So what's so cool about Fontaine? You get this? Is it? Mint, seed flower, Tidalga, not sure what this is for. What is it for? It's a cooking ingredient, I see. Bellfruit, Pal, Edges, Mora. Expedition has to open the menu plus comms. Oh, I thought you meant character expedition. There's no character bonus for now. So, yeah. Oh, you mean... Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah. Because it's the closest thing to is the closest thing to a teleport waypoint, yeah. So wait, what am I supposed to do now? Did I get? Yeah, I did get enough resin. I guess the everything left is just things I would do off stream. Yeah, I didn't get a lot of these either. And they took me away from one of the hydroglars. I was going to take it. They're basically forcing us to revisit the scene. But it's not as close to the blacksmith though. The blacksmith is over here, it's just kinda annoying to go. Right, the blacksmith is over here. It's not that close. Is that everything? Oh yeah. Yeah, bounties. Have you unlocked bounties yet? Don't tell me we haven't. It's the only explanation. There's no blacksmith meta yet. The thing about Fontaine is that it's kind of easy to get the new blacksmith weapons, but you need to go direct. You need to buy them directly in the Fontaine Forge. Yeah, I need to explore more to get them. It's really spectacular weather today. Quite comfortable. Speaking of work, my dear, you are here to interview for the troubleshooter position advertised in our Tales of Humanity section. Are you not troubleshooter? Yes, I know. The name troubleshooter simply is too gauche to unbecoming of the standards of a publication such as ours. As Satan has substantial room for growth when it comes to coining few words. Putting that aside for the moment, we'd like to know how I was able to correctly ascertain that you were here for the job, not seeking to ask for help in our Tales of Humanity section. Observation. Every student who comes to the scene by seeking help appears anxious and jittery, but your stats are relaxed and expressions calm. Those unfortunate are all the same. Those who fall victim to misfortune all have their own voices. But you didn't worry. Those who seek assistance from others via Tales of Humanity haven't run into any serious trouble, so it shouldn't be hard to handle. Have a look at this batch of commissions. Finally. Wait, you're telling me I need to do a lot more to unlock level 2? Steak tartare, that's nice. Can cook steak now. What? Oh, come on. That's bullshit. I did all of those questing. And you're not gonna give me... Oh, that sucks. So what do I do now? How do I get this? I'm only at 10% by the way, that's crazy. This is impossible. And okay, so how many world quests am I supposed to do? No, the thing is, even if we explore the entirety of Fontaine, the Fontaine map that we have right now is only a portion of the map that we're gonna get. Because only in future patches are we able to unlock further Fontaine exploration progress. So at most you're only gonna get like 20 to 40. I don't think this is even possible. And yeah, and then if you only get 200 from this, you're gonna get another 50 from world quests. We've only gotten a portion of Fontaine right now. So whether you like it or not, you need to do... I mean, worst case scenario is that you only get another 100 from here. And then you're gonna need to do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 story quests just to unlock bounties and requests, which is crazy. You get nothing for it either. And unlike other regions, like when Sumeru came out, right? I think it was 3 acts in the first chapter. So you already get 3 acts worth of experience here. I think that was the case, right? It was 3 and then 2, 4, 5. I'm pretty sure Sumeru came out with 3 Archon quests. Not sure. Or maybe I just started with 3.1, I don't know. I didn't do an Archon quest, did I? I don't know. I forget a lot. Wait, this is the chief editor of the Steambird. I didn't notice that. Alright, I've told you everything you need to know about this jar. As for whether or not you want to take it, that's up to you now. Think it over. How many levels are we gonna get? 8? 3? That's not a lot. But the thing right now is I have to go back and give a name to the Wanderer. Because as long as I don't finish the last Archon quest, yeah, as long as I don't do this, I can't claim the intertwined fates that they give you. And if I do this quest right, I'm forced to give a name to the Wanderer. And so far, honestly, I'm still undecided what to give a name to the Wanderer. I don't want to give him a name, honestly. I'm not good at giving names. Maybe I should just give him the name Tomo. That's all, Tomo. But that doesn't really fit, right? I don't think so. You haven't done it either because of the name thing. Very relatable.
You gotta find that balance between flavor and nutrition.
When the sun's out, bathe in sunlight. But
There's
when the
no
moon's
point worrying
out,
about the future.
bathe in
Que
moonlight.
sera.
I'll take a guess.
By the way, could you give me the link to that video about the assassination?
Toodaloo.
Take a guess.
There's no point worrying about the future. Que sera.
Oh, we'll do that another day, I guess.
Wanna come over for tea?
You gotta find that balance between flavor and nutrition.
Today's video is brought to you by our friends over at ExpressVPN. Do you get worried about, being spied on? Look, I'm going to judge you on the internet. Neither should your ISP. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, in today's day and age, having a VPN is all but a necessity. Do you want to mask your digital location from weird people on the internet? Well, with ExpressVPN's numerous servers, you too can mask your location with very high quality, high fast speed servers all over the world. Do you want to maybe, for instance, hide your information from your ISP like I mentioned earlier? Well, with no-lock technology and trusted server connections, ExpressVPN assures me, along with several third-party high-quality audits, that you are absolutely safe from being logged because ExpressVPN operates their servers through RAM-based methods, meaning that everything you do in their session is effectively wiped as soon as the RAM gets cleared, meaning that there's no hard drives that are keeping your information on there, cached potentially. And it's one of the many reasons why I personally use ExpressVPN alongside just having pretty fast speeds. I think that's very important in a VPN when I'm downloading and browsing high, bandwidth stuff on the internet day in and day out. And without sounding like a broken record, if you want to experience a logless world like I do, check out expressvpn.com/SOG and get an extra 3 months of ExpressVPN all for free. Ladies and gentlemen, that is expressvpn.com/SOG. That said, let's get on to the video.
Honestly, you really can't expect fast speeds when you're using a VPN. It's always going to be slower.
North Korea is one of my favorite topics, as you all know on this channel, ladies and gentlemen. From time to time, I'll always end up covering their malware, watching their computer operating systems like Red Star OS, playing games from the Hermit Kingdom, even if they are just Flash titles, and sometimes, my favorite is looking at their propaganda channels all over YouTube, TikTok, Dailymotion, whatever. Whether it's Google mapping the mansions of Pyongyang, I still, to this day, will constantly reiterate that this kingdom gets away with sometimes my favorite, whether
Many people think that North Korea has no cars, and reality you have many cars. It's just Audi, Mercedes, Hyundai, and many more. I mean, only the rich and powerful have those. This is such a hoax.
Google mapping the mansions of Pyongyang, I still to this day will constantly reiterate that this kingdom gets away with a lot more than they should. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're looking at the 2017 assassination of Kim Jong-un's half-brother, Kim Jong-nam.
Audio from the video is cutting out. Have you closed the game? Yeah, I've closed the game. Is it not picking up the audio? The audio is choppy? Or is it the background music? Maybe I should turn off the background music.
Quite a bit departure from my regular content, but generally I like to look at situations like this because, for me,
I think it's because of the stream. I can only stream at 160. It's fine now? Or...
I'm always surprised that nobody really talks about this as much. I mean, don't get me wrong, it was a huge topic of discussion when it happened. But this is one of those things where generally the times that I bring this up to people, it's always like, oh wow, that happened. But in reality, this is a period where North Korea released a weapon of mass destruction out into the world just to assassinate another dissenter. So North Korea has always been a land of secrecy for anybody who wants to know. Getting any information out of there is effectively downright impossible. They control every single thing that they show through their various channels, and they control all travel into the country, and anytime you even get to be part of the annual tours they host, it's all highly curated displays of whatever progress they want to show, that they're actually so desperate to showcase the rest of the world that they're actually on par with some of the bigger players. From time to time, North Korea keeps popping up in headlines, actually on par with some of the bigger players.
Daily life in North Korea, already North Korean countryside. Yes, there's more to North Korea than just Pyongyang, and I'm sure they don't fake the mountains and beaches. Or, so what are they saying? Is this not real? Is this not real?
Players. From time to time, North Korea keeps popping up in headlines and the world stage whenever they reach some new landmark in their nuclear weapons program, basically throwing an extra couple missiles into the Sea of Japan. And then, of course, in recent times, when an American soldier literally raced across the DMZ for whatever reason, and now it's become a whole international conflict. Travis King, 48 days spent time in a South Korean prison before bolting across the border all the way to the north. Apparently, Private Second Class Travis King spent 48 days in a prison in Shonan, a city 50 miles south of the South Korean capital Seoul, after he failed to pay a $4,000 fine on charges that included damaging public property. I have to imagine there's something far serious if it means he runs across the line of control all the way into North Korean waters. I have to imagine the actual punishment he would have faced from the United States wouldn't be as bad as what he's facing right now in North Korea. Possibly if it comes down to even rescuing him out of there or getting him out of the country to begin with. Anyways, totally different story. Let's get back to the meat of this video. In reality, North Korea is an incredibly poor country. The average person makes an entirely unlivable wage, even if all of their amenities are supposed to be paid, quote unquote, where they make a few $1,000s throughout the course of the year, while the richest person in the entire country spends every waking day skewing the obesity average, gets to live the most opulent luxury imaginable, the best wine, the best food, the best cars, and the ability to get away with literal murder. And now Kim Jong-il, the father of Kim Jong-un, had a few consorts, a estranged wife, but most importantly, one of his children, Kim Jong-nam, actually ended up being a pretty normal guy. And a pretty normal guy with an incredible death wish, because he spent a good chunk of his life towards the tail end ostracized from his family, criticizing the dynasty, and the horrors they unleashed upon their own people. He described Kim Jong-un as, quote-unquote, a joke to the outside world. One statement that I wholeheartedly agree with. Now, of course, this was all coming out in a book by Yuji Gomi, a Japanese journalist who actually communicated with Kim Jong-nam for over 7 years through emails. And in those emails, Nam was critical of the regime so far to the point where he was actually talking about its future implosion. Now, Kim Jong-nam, for anybody following the history of North Korea at one point, was the actual heir apparent. And while he had been exiled before his dad's actual death, when he was younger, he attended Kim Il-sung University, and he actually got a senior post at the Ministry of Public Security. He was in charge in the very early 2000s and the late 90s for the country's burgeoning IT industry. And at a time, he even went with his dad to Shanghai to discuss their IT industry as well, too. But 4 months after going to Shanghai, he was arrested in Tokyo's Narita airport using a forged passport, no less, alongside 2 women and a 4-year-old. During interrogations, he literally said he wanted to go to the Tokyo Disneyland. Now, because of this, his father had to actually cancel a trip to China and be publicly embarrassed in front of the world. This embarrassment was so bad that he was effectively exiled to Macau, and he had to say he had no plans to ever defect North Korea. No. And of course, he also had no interest in leading the nation of North Korea. Now, of course, I'm not trying to make a biopic on the guy over here, all right? This is not supposed to be the Oppenheimer for him. Ladies and gentlemen, all you need to know was that specifically. This wasn't some child that came out of wedlock and, you know, the Kim Jong family was trying to necessarily hide. For a brief period, if cards were played in a different way, he was groomed to effectively be the leader of the Hermit Kingdom. Now, to understand, this guy was poking the bear. Like many anti-North Korean dissenters and people very critical of the regime, they end up becoming targets, and it isn't until they actually end up getting some sort of political power or a following that the North Korean government may actually choose to execute these people. It doesn't even have to even be a dissenter. Sometimes the North Koreans are so brazen that they launch an attack literally against their rival country's place of residence for their president. So imagine if a country attacked the White House, effectively what happened back in '68. North Korea sent elite commandos over the border all the way to the Blue House, which was effectively the presidential home for, you know, the president at the time. And, you know, they left one fatal error. They kept a few people alive, and, you know, if they hadn't, they might have maintained their stealth and actually assassinated a president at the time. So yeah, it led to a pretty bloody battle at the actual Blue House, and it was one of the lowest points for the relationship between North and South, but it's an example to show you that these people are incredibly unpredictable. If they want you dead, they will try any James Bond trick that they can. But to rein it back in, let's look at the CCTV footage of the day the assassination happened for Kim Jong-nam. The CCTV footage that you're seeing right over here is Kim Jong-un walking through this airport alone, unattended. Two attackers in a matter of minutes, well, scratch that, seconds.
He means King Jong-nam, right? King Jong-nam was the one assassinated, right?
Appear to wipe his face with a napkin, and then they're seen quickly exfiltrating. Kim Jong-nam is then seen speaking to security officers, telling them of the incident. If you look real closely, the police report that he was feeling dizzy, and of course, as he's describing this entire event, the two officers here even start stepping back. Of course, he then gets escorted to a medical clinic within the actual airport, where shortly after he starts having seizures, and then he's actually escorted into an ambulance to go to a hospital. During this period, he ends up dying. All of this happened in less than 20 minutes, and that's of course because of the amount of dosage that was actually administered. So how did he die? Well, through a weapon known as VX serum, VX nerve agent. Now this is of course a weapon of mass destruction, which of course, as you can imagine, is also banned under the 1993 Chemical Weapons Convention, meaning that this isn't even something that you're allowed to use for war. So outlawed, in fact, that the United States has actually disarmed its entire supply of VX nerve agents and missiles, if we're to believe, of course, that statement. And also, it's so potent that just producing and stockpiling above 100 grams of it is enough for it to be internationally illegal. I believe you're only allowed to use a certain quantity if you're using it for very specific research purposes. Now, nerve agents are known primarily as organic chemicals that disrupt the way nerves transfer messages to your organs. Primarily, they work by causing the blockage of acetylcholinesterase, which I hope I pronounced that one right, I ain't a doctor, but nerve agents act incredibly quickly, and usually you'll see the first symptoms within seconds of exposure. In the next few minutes, it's likely when you're about to die through either asphyxiation or cardiac arrest. And of course, typically these agents are odorless and tasteless, and whether or not you get hit by sarin, VX, Taboon, or Silmon, these are all nerve agents, your death will be quick and definitely painful. Let's not forget that part. So VX, also known as Venomous Agent X, yeah, it sounds like a real spooky virus. To understand, out of all nerve agents imaginable, VX is the most potent. And the way that it works is effectively penetrating the skin on your body. So the amount you really need to actually kill somebody is scarily low. Literally just a drop of it can kill you within minutes. So doses smaller than that, smaller than the drop really, can cause eye pain, vomiting, and blurred vision if you're actually lucky in this case. So because it goes through the skin, you can effectively put it into a vapor form, a spray, or even, again, in this case, dabbed onto a napkin. And of course, if it's inhaled or ingested, like I said, the symptoms can show up in seconds, and the death can come in minutes. Now, what's even scarier about this is this can survive on clothing for up to 30 minutes, meaning that if that napkin, right, the combination on the body, let's say for example, any of that vapor, any of that like material stuck onto clothing, fabric, maybe even like, on the side of like a wall, somebody else could touch that and then they could start dying too. It could have went from one kill, one carefully planned kill in an assassination, to 10 kills, to 15. And remember how crowded the Kuala Lumpur airport actually is. So shortly...
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy because I remember like the first case of Ebola, right? The paramedics also died from Ebola because it was so contagious. Just touching the patients also caused the paramedics also to die. Yeah, that's crazy. But this is chemical warfare, not biological warfare, right? But, yeah.
After the attack, 4 people were arrested. So Siti Aisyah, who is the Indonesian woman who was arrested accused basically of wiping that VX nerve on Nam's face. Then the other person who wiped, who's the Kuala Lumpur Aisyah, who is the Indonesian woman who was arrested accused basically of wiping that VX nerve on Nam's face. Then the other...
Not exposed to VX. But how could have they wiped the chemical onto them without wiping it onto their own arms as well? Right? That's crazy. You're using dangerous chemicals, but you're exposing it to yourself, isn't it?
Accused basically of wiping that VX nerve on Nam's face. Then the other person who wiped another fluid on Nam's face, Don Ti Hong, a woman who was believed to be on that CCTV footage, the one wearing the white shirt actually grabbing Nam's face and wiping the nerve agent right there. Ri Jong Shol, who is a North Korean who is believed to be a chemistry expert, also worked as an IT contractor for a company known as Tombo Enterprises in Malaysia. So he was let go.
Wait, what?
A chemistry expert. Also, Wang Shol, who is a North Korean,
Ri Jong Shol, this is the name, Ri Jong Shol. Condemned in Kuala Lumpur for suggesting that he was behind the use of a poison that caused the death of Kim Jong Nam, the estranged half-brother of North Korean.
Chemistry expert. Also worked as an IT contractor for a company known as Tombo Enterprise. Expert. Also, Ri Jong Shol, who is a North Korean who is believed to be a chemistry expert, also worked as an IT contractor for a company known as Tombo Enterprises in Malaysia.
So they infiltrated Malaysia, basically spent their time as spies in the country, and was ordered by the government to assassinate him. That's crazy.
So he was let go because there was a lack of evidence. However, in his case, he even accused the Malaysian government of using coercive tactics to force a confession. To this day, 6 wanted people remain out of the situation. Kim Uk-il, a North Korean who worked for the state airline, Air Koryo, is one that is believed to be one of the masterminds of this entire operation.
Yeah, I mean, how could have they known that Kim Jong Nam was on the flight to Malaysia if there was no insider? Man, we have spies from North Korea everywhere now. That's crazy.
Malaysia issued an arrest warrant, but this person disappeared less than a month after the actual attacks. The 4 other people were captured on CCTV footage flying on after the actual attacks. The 4 other people were captured on CCTV footage flying on regular passports. These individuals are Ri Ji-hyun, Hong Song-hak, Oh Jong-gil, and Ri Jai-nam, who were all suspected to be perpetrators and handlers in this entire situation. So, as the VX nerve agent was applied, it was alleged that these people were basically handlers sitting from far away, monitoring these 2 women. And of course, as soon as this VX nerve agent was applied, they would then grab flights and fly out of the airport where they wouldn't be caught. They would...
That's crazy.
Basically be out and free. The final person in the situation, Ri Ji-u, is actually still believed to be in Malaysia, just hiding away, but probably at this point way out of the country. So in the wake of the attacks, the relations between Malaysia, North Korea, and to an extent even Indonesia basically dissoluted, when the ambassador, Kang Shol, was expelled as the North Korean embassy actually demanded no autopsy take place.
The shelter refused a request from the North Koreans not to conduct an autopsy. That's crazy. They said no decision had been taken on whether the body would eventually be handed over to North Korea. It won't be pressured into anything. We will stick to procedures. Wow. But why did we have a North Korean ambassador in our country? They have spies literally everywhere and even inside our own workplaces. That's crazy.
Believe it or not, the drama that ensued after the autopsy was happening and during the actual assassination, once the dead body was there, the government of North Korea, the embassy in specific, actually tried to hamper the investigation. The government of
Malaysia inquiring Kim Jong Nam killing hampered as suspects hide in embassy. Oh, yeah. You can't enter the embassy. The embassy is known as a neutral grounds where there is no law in an embassy. So suspects basically hid themselves in the embassy to get away from being caught. You didn't know North Korea even had an ambassador. Thought they kept to themselves. Huh. Now we know, right? Now we know.
North Korea, the embassy in specific, actually tried to hamper the investigation, like, to no end. Now, the two women in this case who were arrested had no idea of the attack as they claimed. So Siti Aisha basically claimed that she was actually duped into committing this because she thought that she was part of some elaborate TV prank, okay? As they now, the two women in this case who were arrested had no idea of the attack as they claimed. So Siti Aisha basically claimed that she was actually duped into committing this because she thought that she was part of some elaborate TV prank, okay, some TV prank show. And she was just filming pranks, again, at the airport, which should have been a red flag to her and anybody. Why you would think you could film pranks at an airport, which are some of the most secure locations in the world. Obviously, if you remember a small event known as 9/11, airport security internationally is treated very carefully. You are not allowed to goof at an airport. If you're out there spreading if you leave a water bottle unattended, if you just leave any baggage unattended, airport security treats that very seriously. If you're at any airport and you wipe a liquid on somebody's face, they will detain you. They will assume that you are a terrorist, a biological terrorist, if you are doing any of that kind of shit. The last thing you ever want to do at an airport is a meme, a joke, a prank. There are YouTube pranksters that will not go that far to go out to an airport and start pranking there because they know the amount of actual damage that they can do to themselves, legally, financially. Hell, they might even be sent to a black site if they decide to go do some crazy shit.
Wow.
Now, I would believe
I didn't know that.
Flag, but according to her lawyer, she was paid 4,000 Malaysian ringgit, which actually converted to around
That's a lot.
$1,000 at the time.
Yeah,
She
that's a
claimed She
lot.
was hired by some North Korean to fly to Macau, where Kim Jong-nam was already staying. All right, that's their home base. All she knew was that this was a reality TV program where she had to play some harmless pranks, and the show ended up being canceled for, you can imagine, obvious reasons. 5 days before the assassination, she told her friends that she was going to Macau for a film shoot. Both these women basically believed in their testimonies that, like, the other people, the missing North Koreans that got away with this, were all their handlers the entire time, watching them, monitoring them, and as soon as they wiped Kim Jong-nam's face with the VX nerve agent, they just flew off on their separate ways. The operation was done.
So they basically hired an Indonesian to do the deed for them without any repercussions to themselves because they know that the chemical is so dangerous that if they had touched the chemical themselves, they would risk dying. So they just okay, here, get this killing weapon, just do it on the target. It's crazy.
And again, it's scary how quick the assassination took place. I'm not joking when I said all of this took place in less than 20 minutes. In 20 minutes, the North Korean government killed one of their biggest dissenters, but also released an actual weapon of mass destruction, a biological weapon of mass destruction that they are lucky as all hell nobody else ended up ever getting harmed through this entire process. Huang was a different story as well too, which is an individual that actually had to do a bit more jail time and actually did get a bunch of charges, pleaded down to a charge, still had to actually admit guilt. This is an individual that had come in on a Vietnamese passport, so again, Vietnamese national, and was located at a hotel near the airport just days before. And according to the receptionist at the hotel, she booked the cheapest room imaginable and had a wad of cash on her. What's being implicated here is some really fishy behavior. She stayed at another hotel as well, and during the period leading up to the attack, there was a brief moment of time where all of her actions remain unaccounted for. So after Nam had died, even the autopsy, like I said, had its fair share of drama. According to the Malaysian police, even the morgue where the body was held had multiple attempts of actual break-ins, as they claim. The police constantly made requests to the embassy for questions and comments, and they either kept getting ignored, the relations between both countries deteriorated so quickly that to this day, they remain non-existent. North Korea severed ties due to, again, the extradition of one of their nationals to the United States by Malaysia, and the Malaysian government declared every North Korean diplomatic staff persona non grata. So at the time of the actual assassination shortly after, the North Korean embassy literally requested the Malaysian government not to deliver an autopsy, to release their citizens, the North Korean nationals, and they even actually said the two women arrested were, at least as far as they claimed, innocent in this entire scheme. Rather interesting for the North Korean government to do. So the two women interested me initially. Why would these guys hire more than one woman? Why would they try to get two? Wouldn't that add more risk? And again, according to experts in regards to the VX agent, the way that they dispersed this was using a binary chemical system, meaning that they gave half of the compound to one of the girls and they gave half the compound to the other. And so when you rub the compound together, that would create the VX agent that would actually kill Nam. So there's a few reasons you would actually go about and do this. One of them is actual safety. I know that's a bit ironic. The reason why you do it is none of the parties die trying to deliver the VX agent. Because again, it's very deadly in small doses, and you can imagine when you're when you're using it on a napkin, your skin is still connected. And from what I've seen, none of these girls appear to be wearing any gloves. So when one of the girls applies the actual liquid onto Nam's face, that's half of the agent. Then the other girl would come in, apply the other half, and then the VX would form, and that would kill Nam. The other reason you would actually end up doing this is to smuggle the actual material in. See, smuggling actual VX serum may get caught on a radar, but smuggling individual components, kind of like doing the old KFC secret recipe strategy of like having half of the material here, half of the material there, would be a little bit easier in terms of smuggling reasons, okay? That might be the only case you would look into it. Again, because this is odorless, because it's tasteless, this, unfortunately, is, from what I've been reading, very, very easy to smuggle around. Creating it is a different story. So, again, the VX agent wasn't actually as deadly as some experts claim, because what they had seen in the CCTV footage when Nam was actually given the VX agent, he could walk without spasms, paramedics actually seemed to be okay interacting with him, and even the assailants in this case survived. However, Sidi Aisha actually claimed that she was vomiting in the taxi when she was leaving, and of course she still feels unwell to this day. The reason the experts say is because the actual chemicals used to create the VX serum the North Koreans used was actually less potent because the actual chemicals used to produce it were, several years old. So again, the world kind of got lucky on that part. This was a slightly less dangerous weapon of mass destruction. Now, initially both the women were charged because it seemed like they were the ones that were responsible for the murder. But it became apparent that that their alibi of a prank TV show actually made sense. By the end of the actual decision, the video evidence proved that their mannerisms weren't actually in line with somebody handling dangerous VX nerve agent, because it really did appear that these women had no idea the dangerous shit that they were carrying around. But again, the courts weren't as receptive initially. There was a moment where the courts even alleged these women that they were trained assassins. Since it was claimed that they went to the bathroom shortly after, basically it was alleged that they knew how to clean themselves with the VX agent. But again, prosecutors even appear to say that this didn't seem like a prank because the women actually ended up going into this with a element of aggressiveness, meaning that it wasn't just a prank where you wipe some napkin across somebody's face. They were literally getting into the eyes, eyelids, faces, everything. They were going above and beyond what they needed to do for a $1,000 prank TV like filming. But again, these women were, ultimately their murder charges were taken away. Even the Indonesian government had to get involved with a former letter to Malaysia requesting the release of Sidi at the time. And of course, Sidi was released, but Huang was also released later on, but she was supposed to spend around 3 years and 4 months in prison. But she, pleaded lesser to voluntarily causing hurt by dangerous weapons or means. And she also got out with a 1/3 reduction in her prison sentence. Now, Kim Jong-nam flew under the alias known as Kim Shol, who basically had 4 passports from North Korea, and what led North Korean agents to effectively track this man's activities down and create this assassination attempt was looking at his use of Facebook under that alias, and of course his interactions with several high-profile email services. It made tracking him that much easier. And of course, alongside those passports, it was interesting to know that he even carried with him, at the time, $100,000 in cash. Why? I don't know. I also know traveling with that much money can get you into some serious trouble at an airport. Why take that risk? Well, who knows? Now, of course, you might be wondering, man, Muto, what is the actual response from the world that North Korea decides to bring VX nerve agents to one of the biggest airports in the world? And sadly, not too much. I mean, to understand diplomatic relationships soured between North Korea, Malaysia, Indonesia, South Korea said it was a naked example of Kim Jong-un's reign of terror. The United States literally relisted North Korea as a state sponsor of terrorism. They imposed even further sanctions on North Korea at the time. North Korea actually did offer an apology informally to, guess who? Vietnam, for their use of one of their nationals in an actual assassination schemes. To be honest, the only thing that was interesting that came out of it was the possibility, the actual allegation, that Kim Jong-nam may have been a CIA asset or a source. Now, this might actually lead credence as to why North Korea decided to go after him in the first place, if this is true, because that would mean he is not only a traitor to the country, but he can actually pose a serious risk to the regime if he's providing classified information to the Central Intelligence Agency of the United States. So where did this rumor come out from? Well, Anna Feifeld, a bureau chief for the Washington Post in Beijing. She actually claimed that apparently there is surveillance footage of Kim Jong-nam going into like a lift where he met with another Asian person that's presumably like a US intelligence officer. And of course, at that moment in time, he was sharing like information, and he even had like a backpack of cash that totaled up to 120 grand at the time. So apparently it was either like the CIA paying him off for information, which by the way, that's a massive payoff, but it's also a really massive allegation. And of course, the answer to this is there is no actual source or CCTV footage that we can watch. These are, again, just allegations as part of Anna's book. Now, in the end, the assassin...
I feel like that's just too much money for maybe the CIA to pay someone for just information about a country. I mean, that's just too much money. I don't think they'd pay someone that much. Or is the CIA just wealthy enough to just give away $120,000 to someone like that? That's kind of crazy.
Assassination seemed to be a very long time coming, and it's a showcase of how evil the regime truly is. Again, he was always a thorn in the government's side. He was always a thorn in his half-brother's side. And with the allegation that he might be a CIA source, again, purely an allegation, this led to an obvious understanding that if anybody's going to get assassinated, it's this guy. Now, what's really sad about this is no matter how much you sanction North Korea, what's really a situation here is this is not the only assassination they're ever going to do. The reality is, just by slapping them on the wrist a million times, it's never really a solution. I'm also not one to say you should just invade a nuclear-equipped country. That's not really the case whatsoever. But the way that this regime acts and the amount of bullshit they get away with would make any criminal hardened over the course of years. It would make any criminal excited if they could actually get away with literal, biological terrorism like this. North Korea is literally getting worse as time goes on. I mean, just the other day, they were throwing nuclear weapons around. They literally have a nuclear weapons program that at one point was a joke, but now poses an incredibly serious threat to our various allies around the world. Hell, give them a couple more years and they could strike any target here, as scary as that sounds. And in my opinion, the more tyrannical this regime gets and the worse it gets with the newer people that come into line, the more radicalized individuals in North Korea, at some point, they're gonna need a bit more than a slap on the wrist. But this is a story of how one of the most interesting assassination plots in modern history has ever happened. North Korea literally, without even thinking twice, released a biological weapon of mass destruction to kill a dissenter. If that sounds extreme to you, I'll be real with you, man. The world is a lot scarier than any fiction and media you read. Literally in the Kuala Lumpur airport that day, if things had went even slightly wrong, there could have been a lot of death, a lot of scary shit. And maybe that might have been the catalyst for the world governments to truly drop the hammer on these guys. But for now, North Korea literally operates with impunity, and I know I laugh at it sometimes, but these are kind of the stories that make me truly chilled out to the bottom of my core, and I really hope that something happens, because this kind of shit just can't keep going on. But ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you were interested by today's video. If you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it. I am out.
I see. I mean, I forgot what I was trying to say. Okay, so if you actually watch how the nuclear bomb was made, right? Oppenheimer. Making a real nuclear bomb is actually harder than you think, yeah. But I can't say that North Korea wouldn't not be able to do it. I guess, I don't know. Well, it's getting late. I guess that was a really nice video, by the way. What will be my next stream? My next stream will be something not about Genshin, probably. Probably not something about Genshin. Maybe a different game. I want to try Holocure. I want to try Holocure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you can download Holocure on their website. But I think tomorrow would be the last stream. I think. Holocure Holocure the Hololive game. I think tomorrow will be the last stream of the week. I think. Because after that I have to go back. To the city and stay there for a while. Basically, I need to go to my my sister's place for a while. Yeah, and I won't be able to stream from there. It's late here already. It's already 1 a.m. But I probably won't be able to go to sleep immediately. I'll be watching some videos, I guess, online if I go to sleep. Well, alright, thank you for watching. It was a blast, really. It was a fun evening. I'm quite hungry as well, so if your phone is good, you can stream from it. Maybe, yeah. I could probably stream from my iPhone, but there's really not much I can do on it. I could maybe play TCG, I guess. Curious. Here's how it works as well. Alright, so that's the end of the stream, I guess. As usual, there's really no schedule time for my streams at the moment. Some card games or something? Yeah, maybe. Maybe some super auto pads or something. Also, my screen resolution on the Apple iPhone is kind of strange, actually. It's not 16 by 9. I'm not sure what the resolution is, but it's a bit wider. Alright, good night.